Hey guys, welcome everyone. Welcome. Yes, I'm totally not late. As you can see in my subtitle for today, I'm not late. Yes, look over there. I'm definitely not late. Yep. Hello everyone. How you guys doing? Oh, lucky. Well, unlucky. I need to start differentiating lucky and unlucky. And Kylon, how you guys doing? You want me to deliver a cat girl waifu? I don't know if cat girl waifus exist in Stranding. If you can figure out where to source one, then yeah, I can get it for you. Probably. Maybe. Although, if we can't find a catgirl waifu for you in Death Stranding, we could find one for you in Pathfinder. If you really wanted one, I could find you one. What about real life? Transhumanism hasn't progressed that far yet, so sadly, real life not available either. I'm sorry. Fine, Elon Musk, he has them all. If he does have them, it probably costs a fortune. Also, I don't know Elon Musk personally. You're gonna have to find a contact with Elon Musk yourself. Then and let me know. If you let me know, then I might be interested in getting one as well. He's probably on Mars. It all depends on whether he was able to get off the planet before, the Death Stranding started. If he was able to get off the planet before it all started, then yeah, he would have made it. He might have made it to Mars, but if he didn't get off the planet in time, then he's stuck here with us because apparently the timefall rain fucks up electromagnetic communications and components in the air, so yeah. Can't fly anymore. Can't even launch rockets anymore. I wonder if they will touch on what happened to satellites in the space station. The game just mentions that they lost contact with the satellites and space stations, but I don't know if the game ever said anything. You know what, let's get into the game and see if there's any lore entries for that. I'm kind of curious now that we kind of brought it up a little bit. I'm actually really curious. I was supposed to do video editing today, but I ended up spending most of the day just working on GTRPG stuff, preparing stuff. Making some additions, making some changes to the upcoming content. I want to play so bad, but I have to wait until Saturday. If there's EM interference, video would not work and cloud cover will block laser comms. Yeah, apparently the world is now shrouded in cloud cover. And the chiralium in the air does something fucky to radio. Apparently long range radio doesn't work anymore. People are limited to short range radio for a while, and it was really short range. And then they started using the chiral network. The chiral network ended up becoming just their new like internet or whatever. Okay, let me load into the game. I believe this is the save file I want. Yeah, I did some grinding and okay, not some, I did a lot of grinding off stream. A lot of grinding and construction work. Since we're loading, let's give it a minute. And I want to check out to see if there was any lore stuff on what happened to the aircraft and all that. I'm kind of curious. Lore stuff. We have some more interviews. Let's see. What are the new interviews first? Antimatter in storage. Magnetic trap 2 is a bit more stable now. Can't believe those. I haven't just managed to get their hands on the stuff though. Apparently they stumbled across it while researching chiral clouds. Ah, interesting. Even before the Stranding, there was evidence that regular lightning storms could generate antimatter. The chiral ones are surely stranger. Sounds like they were able to capture it only once though. So that's something. Imagine if antimatter was easy to get a hold of. Terrace would have a field day. Anyway, we got it stored safely now and no one's the wiser. I just hope something good comes of it, that's all. You know what the alternative is? Loch what? Loch Ness? Okay, let's see. Why planes and drones can't fly? I think that was the entry that mentioned the clouds. The Carol clouds put an end to all that. I think fly style. It all came crashing down. Damn clouds mess with flight systems somehow. Don't ask me how. Eats up comm signals too. Just how come long distance signals can't get through anymore. That's why we got no idea what's happening in other countries. Yeah. Long distance radio doesn't work. And the entire world is covered in permanent cloud cover, so laser comms to satellites don't work. Time for blah 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 blah. High concentrated chiralium causing electromagnetic interference or something. Yeah, apparently the Carol clouds have high EM radiation. Yes, that's why no more satellite comms. Ooh, wow. What? Luden's girl model, really? They created one? Wow. That actually looks really hot. Koto Bukiya's Frame Arms Girl series. Cost quite a real. Cost a real stuff when it was unveiled. I wonder if people like this model. I wonder why I can't use one of these. I've always wanted to be a spear fighter. Why aren't you allowing me? You should have given me a few dozen likes in the meantime. Yeah. Thank you, Kylan. I hope you eventually give my likes too. I found a chip on the aircraft not working. Was a while ago you got it. I found a chip on the aircraft. Yeah. We just read it. You didn't see it at Kotobukiya in February, unfortunately. Aww. I suppose you only really go to check out stuff like that if you know, into models and stuff. Of course, another Kawasaki. Another fucking bike. Kawasaki Z1. Yeah, I don't really care about bikes. I hate bikes. I hate motorcyclists. In any game where there's motorcyclists, I always go out of my way to kill all the motorcyclists. Blah 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 blah. Nothing here. I saw space in a gourd. My beloved gourds. What? What? Is he high or some shit? I was somewhere else inside of it. I was a tiny baby. The goal was there, I say. Few minutes have passed in this one, sure. You could thought it a daydream, but to me, it could have been more real. Sounds like you went on an acid trip. America just ties people down. Blah 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 blah. Tell me all sorts of tales about his travels, about the lands that lay beyond the oceans, with people going to the moon. Won't last long though. I live to live outside of shelters one day, I'm sure of it. Nothing needs to be tied on the summit of America. Oh, alright. Gods are like Noah's Ark. This guy is a fucking... He's a fucking stoner, isn't he? Yeah, those funny little shapes popping in the distance. Inside pair of guards. The flag are greater and more terrible. Except those two children. Gods can save the world. Yeah, he's fucking high. Yeah, he's crazy. Eh, no picture? I'm the guy who brought the blood for. Oh, okay. You just know how grateful I am. I owe you my life. Blah blah blah, no problem. If you're a hot chap or daddy or MILF, you can thank me in person here. They did make spears more viable in 7 days. Got rid of the power tech throwing your spear. Really? No more throwing javelins? Oh. I suppose that was kind of like really meh way to use spears, but still. Surprisingly, Pathfinder 2 actually made spears viable as well. They have a trident spear as a martial weapon in Pathfinder 2nd edition, and if I'm not mistaken, its damage is equivalent to other one-handed martial weapons. And you could easily adapt the trident to become kind of like a wing spear or tri-tip spear or something like that. Something more stylish. And all this God here. God, oh my god, yeah, this guy is crazy. My beloved gods are looking more healthy and lively than ever. He was also something of a god enthusiast. What, his father was also a god guy? So he's a novelist's son, but he can't write. Instead, he's growing gods. Gods used to be considered very lucky in the Far East. Green cat. Really? I never heard of that. Here, Sam, you're a real trooper. Another chip in the bag thanks to you. Shamed about the porter though. He'd still be kicking alive. He'd still be alive and kicking if they hadn't taken the job. Yes, hoping he finds peace in the next life. Of course, that could have been you had your shit gone sideways too. Or maybe you'd have rolled with it just fine. I'm sure they don't call you the Great Deliverer for nothing. We got a few greats back home too. Legends. Chips had all kinds of info on them, but they didn't work for cities or countries. They were slaves for huge corporations. And then some pendejos kicked off a war between the megacorp. A war that dragged everyone and everything into it. Maybe that's how I end up over here. I don't know. All I've got to go on is a record of a memory of a memory. But the V I keep seeing has to be the key to it all. V, I can almost remember the letter. Touch it. Maybe the more chips I analyze, the more I learn. Anyway, got something for you. Johnny sunglasses. Same design as the pair worn by one of the rocker boys from the Corporal Wars. Had a little more fun with your compass too. You can now short-circuit enemy Ultra decks. Should lay the fuck out most of the time. Maybe make it easy for you to complete your great deliveries. Good work, Sam. Looks like I was right. That porter got some of my chip. Hombre probably had some good living ahead of him too. Real shame that. But you managed to give him a proper send-off. Santa Muerta won't forget it. Anyway, nothing else worth saying. Words don't mean shit to the dead. lest you don't gotta worry about a void out now. Which means you can get back to doing your thing and hunt for my chips. There's still more out there waiting to be found. Spear and shield worked quite well for the Spartans here. And in Pathfinder 2e, it's actually a good idea to start bringing shields and doing the raise a shield action for any like martial classes. You actually have the ability to have damage reduction from your shield. That's actually really good. Oh, cream pie for everyone. Cheers. And coffee. That's good mocha. Good coffee. Double shot. Laos. Oops. I need to move this. Here we go. Double shot Laos dark roast. Coffee. Really, really good. The fact that Pathfinder 2 actually allows you to get damage reduction in some capacity solves one of the big problems that a lot of people have with the HC system, where armor used to be, it's supposed to be damage reduction rather than just makes it harder to hurt you kind of thing. So Pathfinder 2 kind of went half and half. They gave you armor so that you're harder to hurt, and then shields act as the damage reduction source for anyone who wants it. If I were to create a character in Pathfinder 2e, I would more than likely try to make some kind of shield combatant. But I don't see myself stopping by DMing anytime soon.
EX grenade number 1.
At least not until my short campaign is finished, and then I'll take that hiatus to work on background stuff before coming back to it. I wonder if you would be interested in picking back up after I take my short hiatus, Lucky, or if we want to have Ganon run his Pathfinder anime tournament arc idea. Johnny sunglasses owing to Cyberpunk. Yep. Although I'm not much of a glasses person. I used to wear. Well, I mean, I have worn sunglasses before, because there was a time when sunglasses were all the rage, but in the end I was like, not really for me. Not my thing. Also,
EX grenade number 0.
my face doesn't really lend itself to good sunglasses. Or at the very least, I haven't found a type of glasses shape that goes well with my face yet. My big fat oval face. Kitties. Time to farm. BB for photo likes. Also, wearing sunglasses would block the cyberpunk stuff on Norman's face. So really? Only one like? Fuck you, BB. Oh, you're done?
All done, BB? Okay.
Fuck off then.
Let me make sure to save the game just in case.
The game bugs out.
Because there's that whole soft lock problem that we sometimes run into.
In here.
I'll make sure we don't run into that. Let me customize my backpack. Was there something I wanted to change? Right, I have no more space for patches. It's all just grenade pouches and utility pouches and spare ammo containers. Right.
No battery available for active skeletons.
As nice as it would be to have batteries, I need this. I need grenades, I need fucking utilities, I need fucking spare... Okay, maybe I don't need the utility? I don't think I can use the spare ammo container along with the battery, right?
Yeah.
It's too fat. Fuck.
I can't. You either use spare ammo or the battery. You can't use both.
Damn.
Oh. Yeah, a bit light sensitive in seeing.
Clip-on glasses and your prescription glasses most of the time. I was like, I mean, yeah, wearing sunglasses since you work in the sun all the time is a legitimate, you know, reason to have sunglasses on.
I can understand it.
So to keep time for a play. I wonder if it's better. Okay, Bell makes it so that it's harder for BTs to see me. But Weather Talisman just makes it less likely to have rain at all. I think I'll stick on Weather Talisman.
Does this make my backpack look fat? Yeah. Why can't I carry more in my backpack?
Need more.
Need more space. Need more space. Give me more space.
Same sunglasses. Yeah.
Don't need anything. Maybe. Wakey.
Time for us to head out.
Hey.
Let us grab our food.
And grab drinks.
More coffee.
Everyone, grab your drinks.
Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment, chat.
It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water.
Anything you have, chat. As long as you're here. Going in 3,
2, 1. Green pie. Cheers, everyone.
Hang on, I posted something in if you guys know Dice Queen D, she's a D&D content creator, and
I posted spoilers of what I was about to do to you guys.
D&D coming up, and
Oh god. uh,
let me just reply to someone who pinged me.
there. Let me.
Where I need to send him an image. Someone said something about D&D.
Oh,
You know, of not in a server.
yeah, no.
You should, if you are in a server, don't look into her D&D box because I sometimes post spoilers there. Okay, enough of that. I'm
Thinking too much of a Pathfinder. We're here to do Death Stranding, not Pathfinder.
I have to wait.
Be patient. Wait.
Be patient and wait for the weekend. Yes.
Don't worry.
I'm fine.
Definitely.
Okay, I am actually addicted to
Fucking.
tabletop RPG, but it's
Fine. I can last until this weekend. Yes.
I'll be fine. Also, we've seen this already.
Sorry, Danny.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Alright, it's been a while since I played.
Clear.
How do I play again?
I'm trying to remember how
do I
do. White Fox uses safe house.
Eric? Who the hell's White Fox and who's Eric?
Who the hell are you? Where the hell did my sticky gun go?
Sticky gun.
Right. A bunch of weapons were breaking down, so I have to
remake them. Right.
Did I leave anything in here?
No.
Am I missing anything? I can carry 8 grenades. All my armor plates took some damage, but it's still good. Non-lethal. A handgun has some damage to it, but it's fine.
Still good.
Let me fabricate
Some stuff.
Why do I not have a climbing anchor?
Uh,
Was it? Where did all my climbing anchors and ladders go?
eh.
Are they all gone?
Did I leave this somewhere?
I might have left them somewhere.
Fuck. Oh well.
Uh,
Fine. fine. Let's fabricate some stuff.
And climbing anchor, 3 ladders. Look at on blood bags. One of these, please. It's all good. Oh, it's all good. Load all those onto the truck. Put my new gun on my sticky gun on my tool rack.
There we go.
Is there anything else missing?
Okay, all good.
One more bots have completed deliveries.
Thank you. Alright. He's maxed out on special alloys, good.
Wow, I got 45,000 likes. Thanks, guys. Alright. I don't know, I have ranked orders right now. I thought I did some ranked orders. Okay. Oh, there they are. Didn't. Fuck! My rewards are gone. God damn it! I waited too long to collect the ranked reward orders. Fuck! Fuck! God damn it. I grinded so much ranked shit in order to get all the rewards. The rewards from doing these ranked orders are substantial, and fuck. Fuck. Should I just do these two?
Yes, I'm here.
Fuck. You know what? We're gonna do them.
What can I do now?
I need the fucking.
Uh,
We'll go to the firing range and do the 2 ranked orders.
I need the resources. Fuck.
Has it really been that long since I played this that my time to collect the rewards have timed out? Shit! 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 God damn it! Let's try to get this done quickly.
Ranked drills.
Alright, we only have 2 ranked drills in the training area today. Eliminate all mews with the Mazer gun.
Should be doable.
Right, I've done this quite a few times.
So, you should be good. Fuck you.
better to do it slow and maintain stealth.
What? Fuck you.
Okay, that wasn't an alert.
Good. Fuck you. Fuck you.
There's two out there.
Okay, come on, turn around.
Or come closer so I can shoot you in the eye.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
I hope that counts as
Stealth maintained.
let's see. Did I get perfect stealth?
Did I get perfect stealth?
Please tell me I got perfect stealth.
Yes, nice. Perfect stealth.
Really? 60%?
Okay, fuck this shit.
Fuck this shit. Well, I'm gonna leave it as that.
Right now,
We'll do the other rank drill, which is destroy all targets with grenades. The only bonus we get is ammo conservation.
so I have to worry about.
Alright, I've done this before.
So,
Point deduction for destroying blue tickets.
got it. Fuck you. 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 Fuck you.
And you too. I'm covered in blood, but I don't care. Take this. Come on, come on, come on.
No. Got it.
I wasted one extra grenade, but I don't care.
Let's go. Fine.
You know, I wonder what's the point of these. Well, I know the point of the blood grenades, but I don't know the point of the. Lethal grenades. It's like counterintuitive to have them. Or are we meant to like blood a big BT and then throw lethal grenades at them?
Right.
I got, was it the 30th percentile? Let's get.
Right. Got everything I needed, so
Now I just need to leave and collect my reward once the state pass, and I need to remember to fucking collect the damn reward. God fucking damn it! Can't believe the game timed out my reward.
asshole.
Give me my damn reward.
Right.
did the log say? I need to stop going into that menu when the log is displaying important shit. Eric? Who the hell is Eric? That's such a weird name. Is there actually... Are there actually players named Eric and White Fox? Or are these just like... Are these just NPCs? Oh, Kylon! Kylon, thank you for leveling up my bridge. Thank you. Thank you so much. Eric added recycled materials to my safe near the distro center south of Lingna City, which is... Which would be... here. My only safe house. Thank you so much, Eric. Appreciate it. It was turning into Tesla's growth fast. I was going to fix it up myself. I was waiting for the thing to drop in durability a bit more and then just upgrade it. But oh well. Thank you for getting to it first, Kylon. Which bridge did you upgrade? Distro Center near south. So it was... hang on, it was... where is that damn bridge? Here, wasn't it? It's that bridge. Yeah, that's the bridge. Thank you, Kylon. Appreciate it. Oh. Let's get some deliveries done, shall we? Oh, all of these are going to the Novelist Son. Might as well get it done. But that requires going up to handle with care, avoid impact. I think we're gonna go and make the delivery out to the Novelist Son first, and then we'll come back and take this. Hi, Mitchell. The other Mitchell. How am I today? Working on your game? Yep, working on making deliveries again. Hi, Choto. Welcome. How's it going? I thought you were going to stream today, actually. Choto. Were you not streaming today, Choto? I thought you were going to. Oh. Okay, let's grab some stuff. All of this is going to the Novelist Son. Premium delivery? Heavy load, I don't care. Well, that's good. Can't wait for me to deliver a bad drag. What? What's this about a bad dragon now? I don't think I need to change anything here, so let's get... I cannot fuck with the buddy bot, so... They say the delivery involves heavy load, and yet this is nothing. There's not much in here. What the fuck? Really? That's it? Oh, fuck you too. I come to see delivery experts. Can't wait. Aww. Alright. Yeah, time for Harpy deliveries to get back to work. Let's go. It should be a simple just drive out and back.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Let's
I wonder, Choto,
if you're interested in receiving a spoiler for something I'm planning to throw at my players this weekend, my
RPG players, something that I was working on earlier.
I don't mind posting in either your server or the Raid YouTube Raid Gang server. But I'm not sure if you guys are interested in seeing all of the nerdy D&D stuff.
Super nerdy D&D stuff.
Hang on, well, I want to get that metal.
That's alright.
Okay.
Why is the truck sliding?
Spoilers, yeah, spoilers. Yeah, I don't mind spoiling because, yeah.
Since you're not one of my players, although at least one player is... I'm still getting used to the fact that that fucking follower bot just goes stomp, 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 stomp.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if it's appropriate for me to post D&D stuff in the YouTube Red Discord. Not sure if it's something you guys are interested in hearing about.
Oh yeah.
Let's see here.
Happy deliveries. Got lots of stuff for you and your damn gods.
Are you gonna go and get high again? With your fucking gods?
Delivering cargo.
You look good, Sam. Up and ready to go. This is pretty good. Better than good.
I do not want to know what you're planning to do with all that junk.
Especially considering the emails you've been sending me. Chibass, heck yeah. Give me that.
Give me
All
all
that shit. Heck yeah.
These metals are a little low. But I'm not going to drop off the metals here. We're going to drop off the metals at the main city.
Heck yeah, look at all those chipasses. Give me all them likes, motherfucker.
God Stoner. Make a change to now have only sus in YouTube Discord.
Yeah. Well,
Doubt a guy like you needs help from a guy like me, but I figure I ought to offer. This
Okay,
is for
let
you,
me.
if you want.
Wow.
oh, this is happening.
Let me.
Let me post the spoiler.
Let me see here. We are going right. I'll put it in the meme section because it's memey.
Where is it?
Okay.
So,
One of my players is very protective over children, and I'm planning to redacted. 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 Redacted.
First stream, redacted. 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 Redacted.
I'm planning to. Redacted. And
There we go.
Aye,
Spoiler has been posted in.
Be careful
the
out there,
VR
Sam.
game raid.
We can't afford to lose you.
Might also post it in
New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Discord.
maybe in art. Yeah, in art.
Just gonna copy paste what I said. Yeah.
And
Same image. There you go.
okay. Yeah. Okay. So sorry about that.
Hold on. Hey. Looks like a bug specimen.
Oh yeah, he gave me some fucking cryptobiotes, the little flesh color target rates. I swear, the fucking cryptobiotes look so disgusting.
And you were supposed to eat them.
Fragile counterclockwise watches. That's heading towards Lake Knot City. That's heading back. The hell's that noise? What the hell did I just hear? I thought I heard something. Did anybody hear a door creaking?
What the hell is that noise?
Is it my fucking helper bot? Ah, fuck it, I don't care.
I don't care.
Make it all channels can be the color. If you have this option, your setting make sure it's on.
So yeah.
Oh yeah, I turned it on.
Back when you told me about raids, I went to look it up and
I already turned on the option, although I don't know anyone from YouTube other than you and Flame Knight. And Flame Knight doesn't do raids.
that's fine though.
Those crypto bars crunch too when you bite into them. Yeah. I don't want to know what they taste like. Disgusting. Disgusting. Also, let me check something. What was the... Is it maxed? I believe it's maxed. Why is there a special alloy here? Did I max the Novelist Sun? Apparently I did. Okay, then I don't need to worry about that. So we'll just take... I'm gonna send this bot out on this delivery. Bot delivers some
Deploying autonomous
fragile
delivery
watches. Thank you. Is it coming from behind me? Sounded like I was coming from my left side. Oh, my left here. Oh well. This game is spooky enough as it is. I don't want to think about things that could possibly be behind me. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. We'll take standard orders. We'll deliver a tabletop role-playing game. Back to the distro center. And load on to the truck. Get out, yes.
Order assigned.
Oh god, fucking damn it. Let me check in the share locker. Anything heading back my way? Special alloy. Do I need special alloy? Actually, you know what? This is a lot of special alloy. You know what? We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take it onto the truck and then bring it back to the distro center. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hey, let's get back. And then once we get back to the distro center, we'll
Careful out there, Sam.
pick up the story mission. Let's go. Oops. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, oops. Oops. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. The truck can take it. Oh, someone liked my climbing anchor. Wait, no, Porter. Porter is NPC. No, wait, you know what? If an NPC uses my stuff, it will be labeled as Porter used my stuff rather than name used my stuff. So there is someone out there with the gamer tag Eric who used my stuff. I wonder who that could be. Some poor nerd named Eric. We'll feel sorry for him. Oh. Okay, let me grab a charge. Feels like the worst place to put this here. You know, I'm tempted to just build a charging station. You know what? You know what? Fuck this shit. I'm gonna build a fucking charging station.
Beginning scan. Weapons restriction. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
Hang on a second.
ID. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Let me build a charging station.
Right here.
Stretch my legs.
Let me see here. I forgot the PPCs. So, give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Let me go and get the shit.
Okay.
The thing isn't indestructible.
I'll be fine.
Trust me.
Weapons detected.
We can take it.
Weapons will be lost until departure. Keep on keeping on. Decontaminating. Safe travel. All clear. Keep on keeping on. Border bridges.
Alright, let us make
This tabletop deliveries.
and then we'll manage our inventory a little bit and then we will We'll take the story quest.
Hey, Sam. Cargo's in perfect condition. Looks like this is our lucky day.
You know, tabletop RPGs would really be amazing in a post-apocalyptic world, wouldn't it? You can't get all the Monopoly parts, you can't get any of that, or any like proper board games. You have to basically come up with all your own shit, and tabletop RPGs would be essentially just coming up with all your own shit.
You know, I still can't believe we've got a guy like you on our side. Thanks again for everything.
Get some
Good work.
mates together and just play.
Right.
Uh,
Right, we want to take this. I'm not sure which truck we should take. Let's check the mission requirements. Handle require. Do not allow this cargo to be dropped or roll along the ground. Any strong impact risks destroying the contents. Delivery to mountainous area. Deliver the antimatter bomb. An alarm will sound when this cargo is... Why am I delivering an antimatter bomb? To a city? Oh right, it's because the city is being swallowed by tar.
If the theory that tar jets are somehow connected to the beach is correct, then Mountain Knot City may very well be in danger of being consumed by the other side. Which is why they need you to close off the ones in that region before it's too late. However, if we were to use an antimatter bomb, our scientists think it might be enough to sever the connection. They used to research antimatter propulsion technology here before the first expedition. Using antimatter sequestered by the beach, believe it or not. But those experiments were eventually suspended. The researchers never came close to developing anything workable, and the dangers were deemed far too great. When Bridges 1 arrived, they assumed control of their facilities and antimatter stores. To minimize the risk of a catastrophic annihilation, the antimatter was partitioned using special magnetic traps. We repurposed those traps to make the bomb. Once the magnetic field is removed, the antimatter comes into contact with the casing and triggers a void out.
Really?
It goes without saying, but if one of these things goes off en route, we'll have a catastrophe on our hands. And to make matters worse, the traps weren't designed to be transported. Sure, the container carrying the bomb has a built-in stabilizer, but it's not something you want to tip over or drop. If those magnets fail, you're gone, along with everything else for miles around. So yeah, you could call this a dangerous delivery.
oh god.
But I can't think of anyone better equipped to handle it. Get it done, Sam. We're counting on you.
Alright.
We're delivering to a mountainous area, which means the truck would be ill-suited for this. One bright side is that I technically already cleared out all of the terrorists here, so the pathway should be relatively clear. Accept order. Do I use one of the bikes instead? I have to just take up one of the bikes. Maybe one of the transporter bikes and just dump it somewhere. We'll see. Some motherfucker's random transporter bike.
I still have your right type bike.
Do I take your right type bike out?
Oh.
onboard battery, right? It's a middle ground between transporter and battery bike. With shield. Well, we'll use your bike.
Kylon, I'm sure your bike can take it, right? I'm sure it'll
Be
be
advised, Sam.
fine.
The case for that antimatter bomb was not designed for long-distance transport. The magnetic traps that keep the antimatter sequestered are delicate. A powerful impact, reckless driving, an unbalanced carrier. There are all kinds of ways the traps could fail. Any abnormality. If it goes off, you're doing it wrong. And if the bomb goes off, we'll have a disaster on our hands. The kind we can't come back from.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure your bike can take it.
I'm sure it'll be
Fine, don't worry about it.
fine.
Let's grab 3 ladders, 2 PPCs, a climbing anchor, load that onto the bike as well. Am I missing anything? Climbing anchors, bikes. Sticky gun, armor plates.
It should all be good.
Yeah, okay, now I need to grab some
Metals.
400 metals to be exact.
Order assigned.
Oh, fun, we're delivering a nuke.
Yep. Delivering a nuke.
An antimatter nuke.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Claim materials. We need to claim 400 metals.
Claim.
I'm gonna load that on my back. We're not gonna be carrying this for very long. Right, I need to take 1 extra PPC because one of them is gonna be used. I can't load that really.
Alright, fine. I'll carry it. Bitch.
Special and chemical to Northern Way Station. Alright,
Bot. Get it done for me, please. Thank you. Wop, 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 wop.
let's go.
First things first.
We're going to build a... We're gonna build a generator outside where the roach is. I'm gonna build it
Right as you.
Okay, right here, and switch to a generator. Right, now where should we put this? Road construction area. Going to be near the road, but not. Can't be too near because otherwise it's road construction area. To put it
Right over here.
Yep.
Oh, right. Can't this thing work any faster?
Come on. Hurry it up.
I need to drop out this metal.
Alright.
And now upgrade structure with 400 metals. sticky gun.
Go.
Structure upgraded.
Alright.
Structure menu. Customize structure. What do I want to put here?
Something noticeable.
Bright green Luden stuck.
Yeah, that's noticeable.
This should be on an episode of Live.
Oh god. Oh, by the way,
Kylo.
did they actually make a damage vibration? What?
Really?
It got damaged? Wait, hang on. Did the fucking... Oh my god, really? It takes that... Is that
So
fucking...
cool. It should be on Ride for margaritas.
Fuck. Okay,
Okay, do not go off. What? How is it damaged? There was barely any movement. Really?
Keep on keeping on.
Shit. I bounced my bike, but there was still hardly any movement. What the fuck?
Safe travels.
God damn.
you didn't have to go that slow, huh?
Stupid anti-minor bomb. Why are you so fucking fragile?
It's happening right now.
Safe travels.
Boy, good thing I kill all the damn mules. Wait, are they back? Wait, didn't I clear them out? Wait, did they respawn specifically for this mission?
Are you serious?
Fuck. Okay, good thing we took the bike because
We have to go. We have to go. We have to go. We have to go.
we have to go. We have to fucking go.
We have to fucking go. Fuck. Fucking terrorists.
Fuck off. Oh my god. Why are there so many of you? Leave me alone?
Phew, they let me alone. Okay.
My god, that thing is hideous.
Where do we want to go from here?
Let's see. There. How do we get there? Maybe we can follow the river.
Yeah, let's try to follow the river. Oh, nice and slow.
Oh, are you fucking serious? Okay, hang on.
What's the weather forecast?
Is there any way for me to avoid this? Shit. Okay, we have to back up.
river.
Okay.
The roleplay does go over the river too, yeah, but that takes us to BT territory, it seems. It looks like this entire area up ahead is BT territory. So, to follow this river up, but that's a lot more. Okay, we're gonna have to travel on foot. So, carry everything on back. Right. We will park your bike at the safe house over there, and then we will make our way up the hill on foot. Or maybe we use this truck. Yeah, we'll use this truck as a throwaway. How are you still only?
Thanks for the help.
I'm sure I'd like your bike way more.
This one's for you. Today's a good day. Thanks for the help.
I really need to pee. Give me a second.
Give me 1 minute.
Give me 1 minute. I need to pee.
I'll be right back. And let me pee.
Pee. Is it raining outside RL? Can't tell if the thunder and lightning is from the game or IRL.
Oh, I'll be right back. Pee. I'm not going crazy, chat.
It's raining IRL as well.
It's raining outside.
Nice, more rain.
And give her more rain. Give me all the rain.
All the rain. Okay. Let me get back into my
BDSM chairs on 1, 2.
Okay.
Alright. I'm back.
Nice comfy lo-fi radio before we have to.
Okay.
Oh wow, I didn't know you could press this button to access structure management from the fucking terminal options. You know that would be really helpful in the past.
Only just learning this now? Oh,
Okay, how much damage has the anti-matter bomb sustained? That's not good.
okay,
Anything good here? Nope.
um,
Remember where we parked, chat? I'm gonna have to come back here for Kylon's bike.
eventually.
I'm surprised at how many vehicles are parked here. I wonder how vehicles and post boxes are populated in. I mean, yeah, I wonder how the vehicles and share lockers are populated in these publicly made post boxes and safe houses. Because in order for some, I mean, I don't know what the rules are, but if it works the way that it would, I'm thinking it will work, it would have to, this safe house would have to appear somewhere in someone's game, and then people will have to put stuff into the safe house specifically. I feel like that would make it so that the safe houses don't get enough traffic to have stuff in them reliably, but I don't know. I don't know if that's actually a thing or not. Could it be that if safe houses draw from a pool of stuff within the same area? I don't know. There's a lot about this game's online that's not really explained very well.
Oh well.
We're gonna take this ugly sin Joker truck.
There you are.
You're gonna help us.
I'm Sam!
Can I please light the damn truck?
Thank you.
Today's a good
Aye.
day.
It's got EVA 01 colors.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
Technically EVA 01 colors, but still. Yeah.
Disgusting.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Okay, apparently even that would damage the cargo. Fuck. How much damage did it take? Fuck. Okay, try. Go really slow.
Really fucking slow.
Someone built this up here. Seeing a lot of ladders crossing the river. What? How? The truck didn't even move! What the fuck? Stupid fucking anti-battle bomb! Stop fucking braking!
Yeah.
Okay.
God fucking damn it.
48% damage. Listen! 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 This game is being an ass! Yeah. What do we have here? Anything good? Useless shit. Fuck off! Well, time for us to cross the river, I guess. I appreciate the ladder. Number
This
one,
one's for
Roomba.
you. Thanks for the help. This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good
Bye
day.
bye, Joker truck. You were fucking useless. Those chemicals are worth taking. Probably pick them up, to be honest. Chemicals are very rare, and they are very important upgrade items, so yeah, we'll pick them up. And that's the target destination, so let's go. How deep are we going into what might potentially be BT territory? We are skirting the edge of it. Okay, that's fine. I'm not too worried then. Oh, there's a lot of chemicals over here. Don't mind if I do. Yeah.
There we go.
You're definitely not gonna give me S rank for this delivery. It's not my fault, Chad. The game fucking cheated. The game fucking cheated. It's snowing. Oh. Okay, here's a question. Does snow count as timefall? I don't know. You can tell me, Kylon. Does snow count as timefall? Okay, the fact that I've taken off my rain hood tells me it's not timefall. Snow damages, really? Oh, I guess no, but I guess I was wrong. Oh, thank you for letting me know. We're gonna get those chemicals. Oh. We're getting close. Iron up the engine, just change its rain to snow. Okay. Noted. Thanks. Give me that.
Give me those chemicals. Is that floating?
Oh god. Okay, we're here.
We're here.
Beginning scan. Scanning
Ah.
bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Here's your damn fucking bomb. I'm not responsible if it blows up in your face.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Happy deliveries.
Yeah. That fucking bomb, I swear.
Delivery complete. Displaying performance evaluation.
No one was here to welcome me? Really?
Oh god.
Shit. God damn it. Yeah. Fine. Motherfuckers.
Who the hell are
What
you?
you're doing, Bridges? That network you're building is carrying some nasty stuff. Stuff nobody would want anywhere near them. I thought you people would have figured that out by now. We want no part of your chiral network or the UCA.
That voice. Is that you, Mama? You hit your head there, Mama?
I'm not yours, and yours is no kind of mother.
What?
Alright, enough games, Mama.
I don't think you heard me, mister. Mountain Knot City is telling you and the UCA to take a hike. You people keep doing what you're doing, and you're gonna put us right back on the road to the death stranding. We didn't ask for you to come and tell us how to live our lives. We'll decide that for ourselves, thank you very much. All we want from you is the occasional delivery. Nothing else.
So you speak for the city.
That's right. I'm in charge. The name's Lochner.
Lochner.
Oh.
Hold up, I need to talk to you. You're a technician, right?
Look, go home and don't come back.
Listen to me, damn it. I need your help.
Well, we don't need yours, Bridges. You're only making things worse.
Bitch expects deliveries from me and won't help.
Sorry you had to
Really?
deal with that, Sam. She's the boss over there, and she's not afraid to lay down the law. We need her, and we need her people. We've lost too many others as it is. Without Mountain Knot City, the chiral network, and the UCA will never be complete.
What now?
So, here's the thing. Sam, Lochner is Mama's twin sister.
Thought so.
Former Bridges 1. Went west with the others. Second group, just like Mama. Mama's not her real name, of course. That'd be Malingen. Both have dooms and both are scientific geniuses. Mama's primary field of expertise is applied physics. Lochner's is theoretical. Mama designed the qubit hardware. Lochner, the software. They said they could converse over any distance. Said they had a special bond that led them. I don't know how that's possible, but I'll I'll tell you this. There wouldn't be a chiral network without them. They were so close that some said they were like one person in two bodies. Might be why they were able to develop the Cupid. But they had a falling out after Molingen's accident. Lochner left bridges and cut off all contact with us. I don't know what happened between them. But if we don't bring Lochner around, our plans to make America whole again are finished. Not that I'm asking you to stick your nose in their personal business. Though if you did, it might help us figure out how to bring Lochner around. Which would be great, because our plans to make America whole again are finished without her. In the meantime, if you've got any bright ideas, feel free to give them a shot.
Well,
Good work.
bitch expects deliveries but wouldn't help. Eh. I'm gonna dump all of this. Why is there stuff in this private locker already? I've never been here before. Huh? What? Wait, what? Huh? How? What? Are these always here? I feel like these are always here. Just to give you the ability to get out of here if you're stuck.
Just in case, you know. Did they even pay for those deliveries or just expect stuff for free?
Apparently, porters make deliveries for free. I'm basically their slave.
No way about it.
Eh? Pizza guy wants more pizza? Sharks with mix. What? Gideon Serpent. Peter Englert. Amid litigation with demand sell. Wow, it's raining cats and dogs now all of a sudden. Shocked if you knew that this marks another year since the joining of myself and my beloved wife in the bonds of holy matrimony. God, as you may suspect, there's only one way which we could commemorate the birth of our union. Pizza! You will not begrudge me my continued impudence, I hope. But how could you? It's only natural that our sacred anniversary would seek to procure one of the incomparable pies only you can provide. I say one, but could we be so bold as to impose on you for two? And if they could be topped with Gouda cheese, that would be magical. They should be waiting for you at the Timefall Farmer's Shelter. They provided the wheat for the dough, and I do believe they've taken the liberty of tossing in a bottle of their magnificent beer to boot. Thanks as ever. You really are a saint. Speak to Mama for me. Weren't able to connect the Cupid though. Longnet stepped in to stop me. She might not be in Bridges anymore, but she still calls the shots on you. Wasn't much I could do about that. It's not like I could ignore her.
You know, you could just, you know, organize a mutiny. Drag her in from her office. Ravage her until she sees the error of her ways. You could always do that, you know.
There's nothing wrong with a little bit of
Coercive mind break. Yes.
You know, she's changed a lot since Mama got caught up in all the terrorism stuff. So that's the reason, of course, for their relationship. Still, even if it's not my place, I gotta ask, could you go and talk to Mama about it? I've got a feeling they could patch things up if they just started speaking to each other again. If you decide to go, check your private locker. I'll leave you some extra supplies, so that's why. Should help you reach Mama's life-saving cell. I'm not gonna read this. I'm gonna read those later. Alright, we're going to be doing some stuff. We're gonna head back this way. And then go towards the Timefall shelters, guys, to pick up the pizza delivery.
Time for us to walk, I guess.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Yeah, I believe earlier one of the nails said that everything that Sam does, he just does it for likes.
Gets paid in likes. Poor Sam.
Fucking like slave. Right, let's get out of here. You know what? Let's drink some. Let's drink canteen.
Hi.
The hell is that weird structure over there? It's off in the distance. Probably shouldn't check it out until after I get this hero hooked up to the Chiron network. How's the rain? Weather forecast.
Yeah, this area is raining. As expected.
This area is gonna start raining in the next 20 minutes, so we have to get out of here before that starts. We need to mark
This safe house.
Okay.
Footpath.
Go back there and get Kylan's spike.
I'm close enough to hear the car. You know, the snow doesn't look nearly as oppressive as the rain.
Even though they're technically both bad for us.
Back here. We stand in the water real quick to refill my canteen.
And then
We'll head up.
Alright, let's get out of here. Hello, Joker Bus.
Yeah, serve me once more. Oh man, it's so nice not needing to worry about the fucking antimatter bomb forcing me to go so slow.
Heck yeah. Well, here we are.
we're going to take your bike out of here, but it really depends on what we pick up from the distro center. There might be a delivery heading out of this place, so let us grab your bike back from the garage.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready.
Okay, Kylon bike.
You know, considering how... Oh shit. Oh god. What the fuck just happened? Okay, you know, I'm not gonna question it. Considering how much Norman Reedus is about, you know, bikes and stuff, you would think that he would ensure that they would have helmets on. He would have made sure that they make you wear helmets when you're on the bike.
But maybe not. OMG, if I...
Don't worry about it.
She can take it. Trust me. Trust me.
Oh god.
Fine, fine.
Someone's happy.
See, baby's enjoying it.
Fine, Chad, it's fine. Do it for the baby.
Keep on keeping up. Keep on keeping up.
Giant green duck on the side of the road. Here we are.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until decontaminated. Safe travel. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
We're fine.
Right, so let's see what kind of deliveries we can take from here. Also stimulating food. We are heading to the distro center, so we should take that. Time for optimized soil. Density. These are all heading in the... And that's a heavy load. Shit. We do need to take a truck out of here. Okay, fine.
We'll take it all. And
we will we'll use our defensive truck. We'll leave Kylon's bike here. Uncle Doolan's.
should I use Doolan's truck?
Nah.
Nah, we'll use our truck.
Load onto truck.
There we go.
Okay, let's head up. Don't worry, Kylon.
See, I'm leaving your bike behind.
You your bike so that your bike can
Rest.
Order assigned.
you cover. You didn't even go far.
Kylon. Stop being such a pansy about your bike. Your bike is fine.
Keep on keeping up.
Leave the truck out here. Huh. Strange place to put a truck and a
ABC 2.
and a chemical. You know, we'll grab it
We'll grab it for him.
and we'll drop it off at the way station.
Come here.
exists here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until deployed. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
What the hell is that shitty music he's playing? Sounds like an air raid siren. God damn! Fuck out of here. Get away from the fucking air raid siren. The ceramics is important.
Gonna take that. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
You know, when I was doing some grinding off stream in this game, I found out how easy it was for terrorists with guns to destroy the truck that's unshielded.
Someone's out.
So I learned the hard way how important shielding is.
I was driving the truck.
An unshielded truck around, carrying a whole bunch of loot and trying to knock over terrorists, and then suddenly the truck just exploded. Why are people dumping all these resources around here?
Come on, let's roll.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
You go on foot if you're fighting to keep the truck from being destroyed.
Yeah.
It's annoying that the terrorists can use lethal weapons, but we can't. I mean, at least the mules use non-lethal weapons, but the terrorists use lethal weapons.
Right from the beginning.
And they just blow up the damn truck. Is that your bike?
Still got it.
No, it's not yours.
I really wish I could just throw all of these frag grenades at the mules and blow them up.
But no. Gotta be non-lethal. Can't blow up all the bad guys with my bombs.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
RP Deliveries.
Weapons detected.
Anyone home?
Thank you.
Hello?
Never requested cargo. I'll also drop off all the lost cargo I picked up here.
Cargo.
Thanks for dropping by, Sam. Wait. How the heck did you keep this stuff in such pristine condition?
Thank you, giving them likes.
Hey, Sam. Be careful, okay?
Always.
Alright, now we deliver the lost cargo.
All this stuff. Wherever they belong to, they can pick them up here.
Delivering cargo.
Delivery bots.
Anything urgent. Deliver medication to the weather station. I'll send a bot out back the way I came because we're not going back there for a while.
Autonomous delivery bot.
And we'll take the urgent heading towards the wind farm. We'll stop by the wind farm on our way to the Timefall farms.
Let's see here.
$60 or less. We can take that. Delivers. Can the truck carry that much junk?
Let's try to see if I can.
The truck will carry that much junk. Nope. Okay. God.
God.
Get out of
Here. Okay, thank you.
Okay, how about... Okay, we'll get rid of these. We'll only do that one because we haven't done that one yet.
Hold down to the truck.
Actually, hang on.
I just thought of something. We'll take
That plus that.
Okay. Get out, yes.
Order assigned.
Okay. I almost forgot to call the bot. Where's the bot? Where did the bot go? The bot is here.
Okay,
Bot?
Delivery
back to me.
parameters updated. Time limit set.
Okay, let's get out of here.
time to make an urgent delivery.
Let's go.
This is urgent, so we gotta jump! Whee!
Don't worry.
This is magic, I take it.
Fucking
Rocks.
oh god. Ah! Come on.
Come on, get up the fucking...
Well, god damn it. Yeah.
Come on! Yeah, go! Is that someone's truck? It is.
Yeah. This reminds me of your school bus.
Alan.
Okay, we're up to 2 minutes. I'm gonna copy of that shitty Joker truck. Feel like a small chair at a doctor's appointment.
My mom did most of the talking.
McDonald's afterwards then went down for a nap. Aw.
I mean,
It's the best excuse to get McDonald's, isn't it?
it just happened to be out.
Hope that the doctor's appointment went well though. The school bus, the orange one, is starting area.
Yeah. The little minivan. School minivan.
Safe travels.
Although, yeah, nowadays I don't really go for McDonald's unless there's a special.
Going on.
There's better.
It's better fast food to eat. It's way more delicious and more substantial.
Comes out to about the same price too. What the fuck?
Oh well.
The PSP is destroyed.
Rest is advised. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges unreact. Verifying ID. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome.
Right,
Sam.
here. We need to drop this off real quick and then continue on our...
Urgent delivery. Happy deliveries!
Ganja inhaler, line up some test for lingering cough thing.
Okay.
Hopefully it helps.
Wow. I bet your body's aching after carrying all that.
Yeah.
Health foods.
Not entirely sure what health foods are supposed to be.
No shame in it.
Good work.
Any important deliveries to send out? Specifically materials. I might be heading that way eventually, so I think I can do that myself. Instead, send out ceramics and resin to the way station. Right, and then we're going to take some deliveries, heading towards the Timefall farm and the weather station. Let's see. Yeah. Food rations, metals and ceramics. Anything heading towards the farm. Materials for vehicle repair. Yeah, we'll take that. Doing delivery. Let's get out of here. We need to use the Defender truck because we're heading into a mule area. I need the defense. Let's get out of here. Delivery simulator. Deliver everything, simulator. I deliver everything.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Good to get mysterious cough tested quickly. Especially if it's lingering. If it's if it goes away, it's more, you know, most people can assume that it's just a common flu or whatever. But if it lasts, then yeah, good idea to get it tested. Oh wow, a bunch of people deliver repair materials for the roads. Thank you, I appreciate it. Excuse me.
Safe travels.
There you go, Speed Demon.
Sorry. Wow, my rest area is getting a lot of likes. I love the fact that I built a little rest area here. Oh, rest stop for the weary traveler. You can't stop for anything. Let's just go. God damn it. What? How the hell did that get stuck like that? Oh, God damn it. Come on. Get up the fucking... There we go. Oh god. Fucking... Come on. Yeah. Power through. Thank you, Kylon, for the charger. This is helpful. God, can you hit the thunder and lightning? Oh fuck. Right here. Fucking structures in the way. Come on, get out of the fucking room. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. Ah, happy deliveries.
All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Someone ordered urgent stuff. And some portable versions and some metals and ceramics. Here you go.
Delivering cargo.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, you can get
Right on
blood with
target.
at home instead of
Early,
needing a
if anything.
hospital. Much more comfy. Oh, really? Oh. Much more comfy and anxiety busting than a sterile, crowded clinic. I actually don't feel scared going to hospitals and clinics. And again, my parents are doctors, so I got used to going to clinics and hospitals and just hanging out there sometimes. I wonder if I told you this story before. I mean, I have told this story on stream before, but I don't know if I told you specifically. But when I was a little kid, I think maybe 4 to 6 years old, I wandered around the hospital that my mom worked in, and I got lost. And I ended up in the morgue. Yeah, I ended up lost in the morgue. E rank? Are you fucking serious? Really? I deserve a fucking S rank for that, bitch. Give me my goddamn S rank. Oh, yeah. I got lost in the morgue. It was quite interesting getting lost in the morgue as a little child. Wandering around this gigantic hospital, you have no idea where you are. And you end up in this place where that had a very distinctive smell. I remember it looked very much like a school building, except there were no windows. All the doors were closed, and the smell was very distinctive. Smell of antiseptic and preservatives. And I was used to smelling antiseptic from, you know, the living parts of the hospital. I'm used to that smell, and I'm also used to the deodorant that they use to, you know, wash out the smell of antiseptic. But the smell of the preservatives in the morgue was very distinctive. Very unique and distinctive. I remember that smell for the rest of my life. The scent was unlike anything I've ever experienced before or since. You know, for most things, blood work is exception. Sometimes get anxious and queasy. Yeah, I can understand that, I guess. Lots of junk delivered. Thank you.
Here, I got you something.
Formatted Kirilla might explain a few things. What do you mean might explain a few things? What is that supposed to mean, huh? Huh? Yeah, are you taking it as a statement or something, huh? Are you trying to imply something about me, huh? 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 I forgot about the ceramics. I'm gonna take it back out.
Here's to you, Sam. Don't ever give up.
Are you trying to say I'm crazy?
That's how I'm crazy? Listen, Chad, I'm not crazy. I'm totally sane. 169% sane. Mm-hmm. Where do I... delivery do I need to make? Special and chemicals to the junk dealer. Go.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Totally sane, yes.
Oh, the formaldehyde you should probably. I have no idea what the preservative or that antiseptic was, but I have never smelled anything like it since. Hi. We're heading towards the Timefall farm, so we'll take these things out with us. Premium delivery as usual. Load it onto a truck. Alright, let's go. We can drive slowly now. More leisurely pace. Where's my bot anyway?
Oh, I got that for her.
There's however an artificial video game.
Hospital is a small chick level. Has to be in there, even the game is a horror game.
Why are you implying that the hospital level will be scary or something like that? Hospitals aren't scary. Hospitals are nice. I enjoy my times in the hospital. Lots of nice nurses and doctors who would look out for me. My mom didn't find me, by the way, when I was lost in the morgue. One of my mom's colleagues was the one who found me and took me back to the proper sections of the hospital.
I was so young that I don't really remember what happened after that.
Also very, very young. Anywhere between 4 to 6 years old. Someone set up a thingy here. Is that Kyla? No, it's someone else. We'll stop here for a moment to charge.
Before heading off.
We're gonna need all the charge we can get.
Anytime now.
Right.
Get out.
We're on electricity fire right now.
Can we not make roads up this way? There's no auto paver. Roads only exist where the game allows them to exist. They are pre-made, and well, the paths for roads are pre-made.
So
We can only build roads where
Okay.
the auto pavers exist.
can't make our own auto pavers.
There are these dirt tracks that we can travel along though. Those function as sort of like kind of like slightly makeshift roads of sorts that players contribute. All of these pathways were made by players just walking over the terrain, and these pathways cause the terrain to flatten out.
So
Yeah, people walking over like all of these rocks and stuff. The only reason this area is smooth is because, and not covered by jagged rocks, is because players walked over them.
so it's good.
More ceramics, huh? These are worth picking up. And someone someone dropped their ceramic here, so we'll pick it up for them.
There we go.
Really?
So if you were here on day one, it'd be rough as fuck. Yep. Dirt parts are all player made. Just by walking through the map along that certain bit of terrain, and it flattens out rocks and debris to a certain extent. Okay, those guys are gonna attack me. I have no choice but to run this. Time to gun! Gun it! We don't want to deal with these motherfuckers.
They'll slow us down. Let's go.
Oh shit! Ugh. Fuck! God! That thing hit me! Directly in the head. Fuck. Okay, but we made it. Phew!
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Oh,
ID.
Hopefully the cargo is safe.
All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
oh.
How many steps of annoying does it take to make a game smooth? Make the game moves the... You mean how many... Oh, yeah, I have no idea. This game is very obtuse with how its online stuff works. We have no idea how a lot of things work. People can guess, but we don't know how a lot of things work in this game still, even after all this time.
Delivering cargo.
We can just guess based off of what all the players have seen.
It's so kind of you to come and see us again. Oh my. Look how much there is.
Wow. I wasn't expecting all this.
Alright. Lots of good stuff delivered here.
I don't come here that often, so it's good to get all this stuff delivered during the rare times that I do come out here.
Here you go. Remember to leave good Yelp reviews, yes.
Give me good Uber reviews.
Oh, before I forget,
All the 5 stars.
there's something we want you to have.
These are lightweight metals and ceramics. Okay, these are worth taking out with us. I'm gonna put them on the truck.
Take it out with us.
We're also going to be making a pizza delivery from here, but before
Yeah.
we accept it, we need to recharge the truck. Oh yeah, deliver lost cargo.
Someone lost your ceramics.
Delivering cargo.
Yeah.
They found the A train. Basically, they tried to develop how a method to use the time accelerating properties of the rain to accelerate the growth of their agricultural produce. They make beer.
Time for beer.
By using the rain, they accelerate the growth of their produce and are able to produce food way quicker than normal.
And then they deliver the time for porter beers out.
They even make bread also. Fresh hot dog buns. Fresh fluffy bread. I'm not going to take any of these. Before we get out, let us charge the truck.
There's a charger over there.
We'll charge the truck and then come back and grab the pizza delivery mission.
Weapon beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
I don't get why people don't just upgrade the
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
charges to level 2. It's so cheap to level up to level 2.
There's no point in not leveling up.
And it provides such a buff to the charge rate. Okay, let me drink some water before I take this order. Alright.
Instant fresh bread. Only 20% risk of chiral-induced cancer.
Does chiral reduce cancer? I mean, they induce aging, but does that count as inducing cancer?
Am I into platformers at all?
I know I grew up on platformers, but it really depends. I don't know if I would enjoy platformers now. It really comes on the platform. Pizza Towers Doing the Rounds is a good looking game. I have no idea what it is. Zip lines are definitely worth it to upgrade for the 350 meter range. Does the 50 meters make that much of a difference? Sounds like a massive pain to plan though, so yeah, I'm not gonna bother with it. In any case, time for us to grab champagne and pizza.
Let's go, chap. Time to deliver pizza.
It's making me hungry for pizzas, I swear. Wait. I have to carry the bottle of champagne by hand. Wait, do I have to carry the bottle of champagne by hand? Are you serious? I had to carry that damn thing by hand? Okay, hang on. We have to... plans have changed. Plans have fucking changed. Okay, hang on.
Hang on. Cancel the order. Okay, yeah.
Shit. What's the weather looking like? Of course, there's no fucking rain when we need it. If it would rain here, it would drive all of the mules in to seek cover. Fuck. I do not want to travel through this with mules prowling the area. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna clear out the mules from this place. Right, let us prepare to clear out the mules from this place. Put all this in storage. Any missions meant for when the good zipline network. Well, either when there's a good zipline network or you just travel on foot. And I want to do it on foot.
So that's all we're gonna do.
We're gonna do the mission on foot, chat, and to prepare that we're going to murder some motherfuckers. I have my assault rifle ready. It's loaded, fully loaded rounds. Let's go.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I see you there.
It's a full charge.
Fucking assholes. Bye.
Bye, come here. Bitch! Fuck you!
Don't worry, chat. You're just sleeping. Damn, this slows me down. We need to move faster. If we need to recharge energy, we can just dip out to the nearby. Fuck you! Recharge. Let's go. coming for you! No! Motherfucker! Get back here! Fuck you! No, you don't! You're not gonna get fed up! Fuck you! Come here! He didn't kill him, just broke everybody, but he's still good, yes! I can't risk taking another shock, Lance. Get out and recharge.
Just a little bit more.
Charge. Come on, come on, come on.
Let's go! You ain't getting your friends up, bitch! Come here! You're going down! Fuck you! Die! But not really. Okay, who's still up?
Anyone? Who's next?
Anyone nearby?
No?
You all down?
Okay, good.
Okay, now we recharge one more and then we attack the camp.
There's a camp over there we have to assault.
Charged up.
Right, let's go.
Yeah, fuck you too.
Hello, motherfuckers! Fuck you! Get out. Oh, where do you think you're going, bitch? No, you don't. No, you don't. Fuck you! Wait, am I firing hermetic rounds?
I am. Whoops.
Well, I wasted some blood back for that, but oh, okay, it's actually good to know that hermetic rounds still do damage them.
I didn't know that.
Aye.
Ah.
Do I load up on all the shit that they have? Or do I just get on with the mission?
The plot part probably doesn't do anything unless no readers of AIDS.
Surprisingly, you know, I heard that hermetic rounds don't do anything for the humans, but apparently they do still do something. Just, I don't know whether it's more or less, but oh well, at least we now know that you can still do damage to them. Let's see if we can pick up anything from here. Probably not going to pick up much, but maybe some ceramics would be good. Ceramics and chemicals. Yeah, I'll pick up ceramics and chemicals specifically, and we'll store them in the truck. Also take this and deliver it back to whoever lost it.
Come here. Oh, that's ceramics. Thank you.
And more ceramics.
Thank you very much.
Alright. These ceramics are important. Let's get it stored away. Want anything else? Ooh, more ceramics. Any ceramics I collect now would be more ceramics that I don't have to collect later, so yeah, we'll grab them. We'll grab this omni-reflective food as well.
That's worth taking. Right.
Chemicals.
Chemicals are very important. Thank you.
I think.
Okay, we're good. Put all this away.
And then we'll store the truck near the Timefall farm.
Excuse me.
Got random suspicious blood bags.
And plug them into your veins. I've probably got all
All the diseases by now. It's technically all Sam, isn't it? It's fine, it's fine. He's just taking blood from other Sams. Really, someone lost a custom cargo ladder here. Oh.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying weapons restrictions lifted. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
Alright.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
First things first, we are going to drop off all of the loot that we just picked up. We'll drop this off. Keep these.
I'll drop all of this off.
We're not taking these with us. Right, next up we're going to return the stuff that we found.
Here you go. Whoever lost this. You guys are getting it back.
Delivering cargo.
And twist ending is Sam doesn't actually repatriate, he's a clone.
That would be an amazing twist, isn't it?
Although Hideo Kojima has already done the almost clone. No wait, no, the Hideo Kojima has done clones before in Metal Gear, isn't it?
And it gets solid, so
I doubt he'll do it again. Alright, now that that's done,
we need to
drop off our truck at the safe house nearby.
someone was nice enough to set up a safe house for us, so we will
Park the truck right over there. Thank you for the safe house, Mr. Mahant.
I appreciate it.
This one's for you. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day.
We're also gonna rest here because we want to make sure that we have as much you know, energy as we can. So let me carry this one back. Now garage.
So we both stored your vehicles here.
Okay, store that in the garage, thank you. And then we'll rest, and then when once we're done resting, we will head back out. Hopefully, hang on. Before I actually rest, I'm going to save because I swear if the motherfucking mules regenerate before I actually, you know, if after I complete my rest, but before I actually head out, if the mules regenerate, then I'm gonna call BS. So let us. It's in a private room.
Your work is great.
And I'm going to take another washroom break.
I'll be right back, chat.
Make sure you guys get on stretch your legs as well.
Be right back.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Alright.
Get back into my BDSM chest harness. I'll take a shower.
Yeah, do all usual.
Rest stuff before heading out. In fact, you know what? I will use the washroom and take that shower. Wow. I'm trying to get back into my chest harness.
second chat. He said use number 3.
Come on, game.
There you go.
Let us now use.
Now,
I'm going to check on the mail so before we head out, just to make sure that we're not missing anybody.
paper launcher.
EX grenade number 0.
Aye.
Let's check mail real quick. What's important?
Merry life. Not what I expected.
Dear Sam, did you meet up with Amelie yet? I hope she lives up to your memory of her when you finally do. I didn't get so lucky in that respect though. I am sorry, but I just could not live with him anymore. I went back to my mom's place. It was terrifying.
What? Really? They got a divorce?
Making the trip on my own, but I watched the weather patterns for days and made it just barely. Maybe I should have asked for help, but I could not bear to wait any longer. For your sake, I hope your and Amelie's story has a happy ending.
Oh god, they actually got a divorce. Oh no. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, after finding each other again, or after missing each other for so long, they were literally looking for each other for years. And the fucking marriage tanked? Really? You couldn't find a way to make it work? You guys have been looking for each other for years, and then in what, a month? Hang on, how long did they actually last? Hang on. When did they get married? Wait, are these dates actually my date? Wait. These are my dates. So that means the marriage only lasted what, 2 months? And then we got married, yeah. The marriage lasted less than 2 months. Oh my god. They should have tried to find a way to make it work. Oh, there's been a horror property. A person got an organ donation from like a murderer or death row, and then suddenly started doing murders. There was a horror movie that someone got an arm for murder and started doing bad things. Yeah, that actually, I actually saw that movie. I think, really bad movie. But then again, it's a cheesy B movie, 80s, 90s horror movie. Don't expect much. If you play the game faster, it only lasts 1 or 2 days. Oh god. Well,
Well, I risked my life to get you guys married, and then you tag the marriage in 1.5 months. Okay. Something glowing down the crater. Carl Klaus shipping. Something glowing down in the crater where Middle North Sea used to be. I want to investigate. Oh? Station north of Mount near Middle North City. I need to keep that in mind. Remember this chat? I need to keep an eye out for that. People think bridges are terrorists, blah blah blah. No, we're not terrorists. Definitely not. Well, my truck is a truck of justice. Yes, peace and justice. After my truck is done clearing out the meal nest, it's very peaceful. Super peaceful. Actually, leave me alone, Italians. Real baddies, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, covered in craters, blah 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 blah, nothing important, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Each city ways. Not that it was always a total, it used to be a porter in his own outfit hereabouts. And the bottom was 7 postal. Don't ask me how or why. Yeah. Even BTs have weak spots. Port City, one with Golden Mustang, reckon pointing towards his weak point. Strange, you know. What? Really? Mars is a weak point? Okay. All them slugs. I think the same deal with the BT, just whack around chops. Okay. Focus firepower on the golden mask. Okay. I can do that. Dream catches gods and quipus. Blah 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 blah. Symbolize the womb. Universe itself. Objects in the goddess. Blah 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 blah. Junk. I went to the beach. Blood, I was as good as they. Remember lying on a gurney. When he seemed to notice me, then there was this light that came down from the ceiling. So it was bright, so bright. I had to close my eyes, and I could feel it pulling me in. As I floated towards it, I heard waves breaking on the shore. When I opened them, I was by the sea, alone. I couldn't tell you how long I was there for. Felt like it was years. But I also felt like I only just arrived. And I heard a voice, so I chased after it. Chased it beneath the waves. All of a sudden, something got my leg and it's pulling hard. And next thing I know, I'm awake. And my buddy's yelling, "He's alive! He's alive!" I've been to the beach and back. What would have happened if I stayed? Those are the emails of marine ships, yeah. We need to remember to check the crater next time. Ish. Anything here? None. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, fuck you too. Maybe. Wiki.
How you doing, baby?
Right. Let us eat. And drink. We have a long trek ahead of us. And we're gonna need to walk with a fucking champagne bottle in our hands. Well, buddy bought to help, but it's not gonna be an easy trick. Alright. Gonna drink more coffee. Cream pie, everyone. Cheers. Alright, let's get out of here. The baby. Yeah, the baby. Hello, baby. Let's go, baby.
Beginning scan.
You too, bot.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright. Let's go. Let us... Alright, standard bot delivery. Some have completed.
Chemicals have been delivered.
Along with special alloys.
Cheers, everyone.
If anyone's drinking any water or coffee or tea or even beer, works as well. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Hideo Kojima didn't work with a beer manufacturer to actually make time for porter beer. They made figurines, they had a advertisement deal with Norman Reedus to show ride, but they never did anything to create beer. I'm sure it's possible. I mean HoloLive, Yuki, one of the HoloLive girls, Yuki, she made her own sake, and her sake actually got accredited internationally. She was awarded the bronze medal for it, which is amazing, by the way. The fact that anyone can get a medal at all, from the I forget what accreditation she got, but she got accredited and got a bronze medal. Just getting bronze medal on its own already means that her wine, her sake is among the top.
I'm really happy for her. It's always nice to hear about feel good stories like this.
Alright, so time for us to make the champagne delivery. I don't understand why a fucking champagne bottle needs to be carried by hand. Why? Why can't I just put it on the fucking... It's gonna be so annoying.
Hi.
The buddy bot does make it easier though.
So,
champagne bottle, carry in left hand.
uh,
Pizzas loaded onto the bot. All this loaded onto the bot to reduce weight.
hi. Let's head out.
Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated.
Time to go.
Time limit set.
We have an hour to get to that. The fact that I have to constantly hold the left mouse button while I'm carrying this is annoying. If I don't hold the left mouse button the entire time, he's just gonna put it down. Oh, someone left a truck here. I really wish I could take you.
I know.
Restrictions lifted.
Let me see. We should travel along this pathway here. And head down here.
Oh.
You think putting it down is okay, but letting it follow in the mission? Yeah, I can't put it down.
Can't just putting it out, so
Every time I want to take my hand off my mouse for any reason, I need to pause the game. Yeah, that's all. Like, your bots actually go out in the world when you auto deliver. The auto deliver bots, no, they don't. But this follower bot that I have does stick with me the entire time.
so yeah.
Fuck, knowing that I can't let go of the fucking mouse button is making me...
Let's
check whether we're gonna be hitting some rain here, but we can avoid the worst of it by just following the highway. Unfortunately, I can't really use your charger, Kailan, because apparently the predominant pathway is over here and your charger's over there.
I appreciate the shelter.
I can't wait.
I have to keep going.
There we go.
Cargo shot select or just redeploy cargo.
Not good.
Yeah. Should be okay. Between me and the bot, we should be okay for now. We got lucky actually, there's no rain at all along most of the path.
And since this road is very well traveled, it's all nice and smooth for us.
The delivery bot is completed in order.
Give me that.
Thanks.
You too? Thank you.
There we go.
Need to collect a lot of those. I used to have 10,000, but
I was building a lot of roads, so my Kyrielium stores went down.
oh god damn it! Why is my face so itchy now? Don't you just hate it when your Your skin gets itchy when you know that you can't fucking
Take your hands off the something.
it's like your body becomes aware of the fact that you can't stop to deal with it, and then it just gets itchier. My generator's nearly ruined. I can fix it later. God, the fucking follow bot is so loud! Okay, is there a quicker way I can take? Theoretically, yes, but...
How's the weather?
Yeah, let's cut across.
Here.
The sooner we can get down to the highway, the better.
Damn it. Ah.
Okay, how close am I?
Hmm.
You can just travel along this plateau and then hit the bridge.
That's all we're gonna do. As much as I would like to take these, we're gonna ignore them for now.
Are these Chiralium or are they gold?
Because
The rocks here have a very strange color.
Nice.
That does look like gold, doesn't it?
somehow I doubt it's gold.
Don't think it's Chiralium though, because Chiralium
Hands do that.
Okay, the bridge should be just down that way. Someone lost a handgun. Sorry, I can't pick that up for you.
Got an important delivery to make.
Can the bot trip? Normally no. The bot can be knocked over by attacks. At which point the bot and whatever it's carrying will be damaged, but it will normally not trip on its own. Although technically the bot doesn't... enemies don't target the bot when the bot is with you. The enemies will only target you, so the only time the bot will get knocked down is if you knock it down somehow, or the bot just gets caught in the crossfire.
You don't really have to worry about the bot getting attacked.
At least not directly. Okay, I can use this to
Speed myself up.
I'm draining my stamina, but that's what it's for.
Let's go.
Running down the energy zone.
It's so much faster.
I can't believe Sam is not getting tired from this. This can't be this can't be that easy. I'm sure it's getting tired. I'm amazed that the pizza can stay warm for 60 minutes.
Oh. Good for me, I guess.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked. Weapons restrictions lifted. Rest is advised.
Hang on. That bike is
Well,
I don't know who parked their bike like that, but
sucks to be them.
the Bionic Man 2023.
All the bionic stuff was before my time. Unfortunately.
Must be in one of those temperature regulated bikes. Yeah, but
Still, it's like
60 minutes, wow. The pizza would get all like soft by then.
what in it?
Okay, we're gonna have to go cross country here. Right. We have to travel along this riverbank and hit this.
So let's go.
The question is, can I sprint? Like so. Maybe I can.
Let's try.
Maybe I could have made this delivery a lot faster if I just sprinted the entire way.
Oh well.
Not sure if my energy will hold out. Shit, rain. Hang on. Shit, this could be BT territory.
You need to be very careful.
Wait, hang on. Fuck. Fuck! See what I mean? I held the fucking button and yet it's still... I swear, if that cargo is destroyed... Okay, no. Okay, can you please not drop the damn thing?
Thank you.
We'll see. If we encounter BTs in this rain, then we'll go around.
And now we'll stick here.
We'll use this to recharge.
Thank you.
Okay, we might be lucky. It seems like there's no BTs here. Oh, I'm surprised that my stamina held out that long.
That's cool.
If you have been sprinting from the start,
Oh,
it's fine. We'll take it as a successful delivery. Oh shit! Hang on.
I
I need to start carrying the rest myself.
the body bot can.
Oh shit! Hang on.
Hang on.
Is it ruined? Okay, it's not ruined yet. Load that onto the bot. Load that onto the bot. And now grab it all from the bot and
Put it on my back.
there we go.
Okay.
Slightly damaged one of the pizzas, but it's fine. Just 1%.
1%.
1%.
I don't fucking care.
Okay. We'll finish the rest of the journey on our own.
One piece of mushroom fell off. It's all good.
Yeah, they better give me the fucking ass ring for this.
I swear.
There's all the toppings.
And cheese cleared it off and stuck to the box.
It's fine, it's just 1% damage, it's fine. It's fine! I don't fucking care. You are going to take this B-side, you're gonna fucking like it, motherfucker!
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID.
Huh?
You there, Sam?
What?
This is all my fault.
What?
I kept the truth from Locknot, and it cost us our relationship. I need to see her. Will you take me there?
What?
What about the kid?
Huh?
What happens if you leave?
I know. But this thing's bigger than us now. Come back to my lab.
Okay. The interesting timing for you to tell me that.
Here's your pizzas and your champagne.
Slightly shaken, but it's fine.
I'm sure it's fine.
Delivering cargo.
Secret too, she wanted a pizza.
Give me a sec delivery
Delivery
pizza.
complete. Displaying
Yeah.
performance evaluation.
Call me right at the end of my pizza delivery run.
Ugh.
Nice.
I think. Yeah. Pro pizza delivery.
Some bread delivered.
C rank, I don't care.
It's just a little bit soggy and crushed. Bread is still good even if it's
Crushed, right?
Thank you for your continued support. Good work.
Aye. Seriously? That's it? You're not going to? Oh, fuck you too! Being too used to tricks and such force you back on foot. Oh, good thing for me. I actually enjoy traveling on foot.
I'm not too miffed about it.
Okay, let's see here. How's the weather? What is the closest? You know, the closest safe house to us is actually here.
We should go there.
Yeah, we'll head back to... We'll head back there. We can even see it from here. We'll avoid the rain and
Weapons restrictions
we
lifted.
have a nice leisurely stroll to the countryside.
There we go.
Straight shot directly to the port city. I'm gonna have to use one of my ladders.
Probably.
Unless... Ooh, did someone create a chiral ladder here? Oh no.
He did. Oh, thank you.
Get it done.
So that is... I just learned something by looking at that. If you put the base of the chiral ladder, chiral bridge on one, the site that has the chiral network, you can... The actual chiral bridge can go over into
This one's for
the section
you.
that's outside the chiral
Thanks
network.
for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for you.
Thank you for this.
Today's a
Wherever
good
you
day.
are.
I can't read that name. It's Ching Ching Chong Chong. Am I back in?
Yep, I'm back in.
Chiral network, which means my bot can follow me. What language can I speak? English, Malay, and a tiny bit of Cantonese. And actually, no, not Cantonese at all. Tiny bit of Japanese and Cantonese. Like very basic phrases. That's it. That's all I know.
Gotta work on those core muscles.
Oh wow, my ladder is still here.
So many people will add us here.
Looks like a way through.
Does that actually take me closer to the city?
Let's try to ride it. Thank you for this
Thanks for
zipline.
the help. This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day.
That's why you asked me to do
one's
a
for you.
kanji learning stream.
Like, oh god damn it! Fuck! Ah! I never learned how to do how to read any Chinese at all. What? Oh come on! I said use the damn fucking zip line! Thank you! Okay, this is closer to the city. Take us back to the road, so... An easier time. Getting to where we need to go. Thank
Today's
you.
a good day. This one's for you. Today's a good day. Thanks for the help. This one's for you.
Yeah, the reading Chinese, kanji, and all this stuff is a skill I never learned. My parents tried to force me to learn Mandarin, but oh, I hate Mandarin. That's all Mandarin sounds to me. Hated it.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
Does Malay use English characters or does it have its own use of English? English characters.
Actually drop you off a cliff. Oh yeah, I am aware. Part of the reason why I built my zip lines a little bit back from the edge of the cliff. Because I don't want my zip line to drop me off the cliff.
All clear. Welcome.
And we provides almost no help with Japanese, Korean, Vietnamese, it seems. Well, help with the kanji aspects, I believe. Okay. Someone left this behind. Well, just put it into... we'll just drop it off.
I don't know who left that behind, but oh,
You're getting it back. Yeah, if you were to learn how to read and write Mandarin, you can. The skill of writing Mandarin can be translated over to writing kanji. I never learned that. I never learned how to read or write kanji or anything like kanji. So yeah, I am fucked. When it comes to learning kanji. Let's just deliver some random shit to random people. We're gonna be taking a truck out to South North City anyway, so although we will rest for a little bit before heading out there. I will send all my bots off and then we'll rest to recover our stamina and then we'll craft a new truck and head out. For pronunciation, really it's hard for them to correct it. Oh yeah, pronunciation that will be difficult, but writing, yeah, it can help a little bit. Why am I seeing something in the garage? Don't know what I'm looking at. Oh, In any case, let's rest in the private room. Newfoundlanders ain't designed to learn the languages. We only learn English because we have to. Aw, it's not that bad learning another language. You get used to it eventually.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Ah. Yeah. Hang on. Oh god. Fuck. God. It's not coming. Find me footage of what a really thick Bayman accent?
Bayman accent. What's that?
I have no idea what Bayman is.
What's Bayman? Excuse me while I Google Daddy Norman Reedus.
EX grenade number 0.
Oh yeah.
Hey. Now let's see if baby has likes we need to farm.
Yep.
Alright. I wonder how baby likes or sends likes.
They never really
Explains how the baby is sending likes. Even if it is from rural areas on the province, as we call it, around the bay, since they tend to be closer to shores.
did he have an accent?
Oh, sad.
Oh? Yes, so.
Oh,
Oh.
you know, out of all things we're supposed to do in here, that's the most boring. Just because you have to spam the fucking animations and then take a picture and then spam another animation and then take a picture.
How many new face live in?
St. John's and closely between maybe Gaelic?
Not like a formal language.
Unmistakable accent. The back still wants to show me stuff. What the fuck else do you want to show me? Haven't I seen everything yet?
The crypto bio?
That's it?
Can I go now?
No? Fuck you! And ignore you.
Motherfucker.
My dear Mr. Bridges, you truly are a man of surpassing kindness and generosity. And the pizza you deliver was the most scrumptious we have supped on to date. Oh, but my levity is unbecoming. My grave, there is a disastrous failure to convey my appreciation to you in the flesh warrants an explanation. To my chagrin, the circumstances were entirely outside my control. Prior to your arrival, my better half and I had one of our rare but rather intense lovers' quarrels, which led her to storm off in a proverbial huff. What manner of husband would I be if I left her to wander the wilderness alone? I simply had to go after her. Upon our return, we were greeted with fresh pizza, still piping hot from the oven, and she was so entirely over the moon that she forgave me for everything. Suffice it to say, I'm in your debt to a considerable degree.
Confirmed the hate fuck out of pizza.
Possibly during the pizza. Yeah or no?
No hate fucking during the pizza. Hate fuck after, maybe, but not during. Disgusting.
Hope terrorists haven't got it yet. Yeah, they haven't yet. They tried to, but they haven't.
Blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah. Assholes trying to take the humanity hand. Yeah, okay, fuck off. Have you eaten the crypto bio I gave you? Well, several I found inside a gourd, you know.
Yes, I was supposed to.
What? The crypto bio from a god's gotta be a bit special.
Chow wants you.
Practically immediate. As if I'm falling in some kind of dreamland. I know what you're thinking, but it wasn't like I was tripping on drugs. Are you sure about that?
I'm fairly certain you've been tripping on drugs the entire time. There's something really real and tolerated.
Sure. Special type of cryptobiote. Since your hermetic regeneration levels through the roof.
Okay. Bother you with regular gods anymore.
Only the bad boys that these with these biotes growing inside them, they call them D biotes. Why D? Aren't gods? Oh, it's because D for dream. Really? I thought you were going to call them G cryptobiotes because, you know, they come from gods.
Tastes kind of dreamy.
Really? How good could fucking flesh-colored tardigrades taste?
Ugh. Like herbal medicine. Herbal medicine tastes disgusting. The good kind.
What kind of herbal medicine is good?
None of it is good.
Those with less cultivated palates might find them disgusting. Normal people find them disgusting.
Ugh. Man's been inside for too long.
It's just the way he is. Dude is god crazy.
I'm gonna drink water. Alright.
Eat all the
Cryptobiotes and drink delicious Thai porter beer.
If only beer was so easy and cheap for me to get.
It ain't easy. Not easy at all.
Beer is so expensive.
Oh, cream pie, everyone. Cheers.
Right in the face.
Hold on, no cat pan. Let's get up there. Got more deliveries to make.
Go.
We get to see Daddy Mads again.
drink so much beer with the inevitable sugar content. For me, the thing that makes me sick isn't the sugar, it's the fizz
I dislike fizzy drinks.
in general. And that's what makes me sick in the stomach. It's not the alcohol. It's not the taste of the beer or the sugar in it. It's just the gas.
Alright.
Those three are still out. That's fine. Alright. We're going to need to craft a new truck. We're also going to take a bunch of orders heading towards South North City. We're going to drive all the way there.
Just straight to South North City.
Not going to stop for anything.
Premium delivery. Accept.
Yes. We need to craft a new defensive truck.
Please. Thank you.
Change color scheme. Oh god, no.
Confirmed. Right.
I think it's good to go. Right. Load up onto the truck. What? This is considered heavy? Load all this up into the truck and equipment check.
Right. Let's get out there.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready. Order assigned.
Wait, hang on. I just realized something. Is there anything that needs to be repaired? I got a message about a generator nearby, wasn't there? Let me see. Was there? Did I build a generator?
Can I build any generator near here that needs to be repaired? Doesn't look like it.
It's all still good. My post box there for newbies wandering through that area. My zip lines are still good. Right, let's get out there.
Beginning scan. Pleasant journey. Good morning, staff. Have a pleasant journey.
Hi, Lake North City.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I just realized something.
Hang on.
South North City. Where do you have deliveries from? You have deliveries from the engineer, the craftsman, the distro center. You know what? We're going to stop and pick up deliveries from all those other places and take them with us to South North City.
Fuck you!
How the hell are they still seeing me?
Fuck off!
Beginning scan.
What?
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All
Okay,
weapons
good.
will be
Yeah,
locked until
leave me
departure.
alone. Thank you.
All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Hey. Standard orders. Let's see. Right. These two are heading towards South North City. We'll take them.
Excuse me. What happens if mules get too close to a bunker or town?
I don't think they can. I think they just de-aggro.
They just de-aggro and go away.
Craftsman Distro Center. Right.
Thanks. Until next time.
Excuse me.
I wonder who they left. Who left their bike there?
What?
Restrictions lifted. Have a pleasant journey.
Someone abandoned the truck here as well.
Fuck you!
You can't catch me, motherfucker. What's the status of this road? God damn it!
Ah,
It's quite low, damn. And I think I need to do some repair works off stream.
yeah.
Probably time for repair work soon.
Oh,
I'll handle it off stream.
it's not so low that it's...
Requires to be repaired immediately.
It...
Keep on keeping on.
You know, if I weren't playing this, I'll probably be playing Euro Truck Simulator. What the? Really? You detected me from all the way over there?
Fuck you, assholes!
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Hi!
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until
Happy
departure.
deliveries!
All clear.
You guys have anything
Sam
heading
Porter
towards South North City? Chemicals and network repair equipment.
Yep, I'll take those. Alrighty now.
After this is Distro Center, and then after that, possibly the cosplayer.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Fucking, come on, get out of the road! Ugh. It's kind of jank how I can power slide the truck by holding down the power slide button, but the instant I let it go, the truck just tips over to the side. Vehicle physics in this game are really, really jank.
so jank.
Someone lost ceramic, huh? Oh well, but we're not stopping. The truck controller was not the best. Yeah, it wasn't the best, although I still prefer the truck over the fucking bike. Fuck you, bike! Hate the bike in this game. The bike is fucking impossible to control.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Decontaminating. Safe travel clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Why? Yeah, there's so much. Why is there so much junk here littering the... You know what? I'm just gonna pick these up.
I'm not going to deliver them, I'm just going to send them in.
I'm gonna put these two back in.
Please return these to the owners. Thank you.
Right, now, let us see. All this.
Grab it and let's go.
So much.
So many different vehicles in my garage here.
Well. Right, we still have space. We have space to pick up some whatever it is the cosplayer has for South City. So we'll stop by South City. I mean, the cosplay.
Let's go.
Now the only thing I have to figure out is how the hell do I get down to the cosplayer from the road?
Because
Weapons restrictions lifted.
the cosplayer's house is not in a very easy to access spot.
I'll figure something out. Oops.
Sorry.
What can't you do?
Right.
We're coming up to the cosplayer's house. How the hell do I get down there? What is the best way for me to get down? I can't put a stake down here. There's no ladder. Here maybe? Yeah, we'll leave the truck here for a minute, and then we'll head down to the cosplayer. Shouldn't be so far that the truck,
Okay.
the stuff in the truck loses tracking just yet.
Let's go.
Someone lost ceramics, huh? We'll take it and drop it off at the cosplayer.
Happy deliveries.
Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
You got. Well, first things first. Someone lost their ceramics.
Please return this to the owners.
Delivering cargo.
And now. Right, I have to read this report. Oh god.
I'm sure those old magazines are fine, right?
I'm sure they're fine. They're still legible.
Probably.
Hand cream and top quality underwear. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. We're gonna be delivering some top quality underwear to South North City. Don't know what the fuck they need this for, or how she made it, but oh well.
Oh god.
Oh, that's a lot of underwear. What? How much underwear did you fucking make? Jeez.
Order assigned.
Okay, bot, I appreciate it if you could help me lug this up the hill. Is it raining? Yup, it's raining.
Bye.
Bot,
Come on.
I need you here.
There you are, bye.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Please come and see me again.
Let's put all of this onto the bot.
Hi.
Okay, now we need to get back up to the truck. Can I climb up this?
Yep.
Even if the bot has to go around, it'll keep up with me.
Should be okay. Go around, bot.
I'll meet up with you over here.
Did everyone in the city collectively shit themselves at once?
I have no clue. Oh well. We're delivering underwear. Okay.
It made it up. Come on, bot.
Come on, bot. You can do it.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Am I over here?
Come boy.
Okay.
There you go. Good boy.
Okay, let's transfer the cargo into the truck. Cargo equipment. Is it too far?
Fuck, it's too far.
Come here.
Come here.
I said fucking come here. Can I load this on the truck? No. Okay, fuck you then, stupid bot. Bitch. Yeah. All you had to do was come closer, but no. No, you just wanted to stay over there. Maybe come to you and carry this fucking things into the truck myself, motherfucker. Asshole bot. I'm gonna fucking collect this shit. Give me a second.
Plenty of car railing.
That's good. I'm gonna be building some a bunch of roads soon, so
Oh,
this will be really important for the
let's go. Don't tip the truck over.
Ah, it's fine. I know technically the truck can never tip over.
I read the wiki.
It says that the truck never tips over no matter what you do to it. You can see it's never it'll never like tilt over beyond that amount.
That angle, you know.
Part of the jankiness of the vehicle physics in this game.
RP Deliveries. I have a whole bunch of stuff for you.
Side order. Follow my muse. Ah, fuck. I fucked up one of the orders. Fuck. Oh well. It's fine. I'm just going to consider all done.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about the one that I missed.
A delivery? Great. Always happy to get one, let me tell you. Whoa, it's like fresh from the printer or something.
This is gonna take a while.
Can I get all the triple S's?
Except for one. The one mission I took that requires me to retrieve shit that I didn't go and retrieve.
Oh well. Sucks to be them.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to cancel that Uber order.
Back one Uber order.
Wow.
Wow.
Come see us whenever you like, Sam. We're
Making-
always happy to make time for a
Making
hero.
that money?
Sadly, they're not paying me in money.
Good work.
They're not even paying me in bukkake. They just paying me in fucking. Yeah, I'm going to have to abandon that order. That order is not one I intended to. The cancel orders can Pay up to $6. Yeah.
New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Wait, another glowing thing? Hang on. It's telling me of the location of a... It's time near the incinerator. Right, that's the one that Kylon told me about. Avoiding autotaxemia. Why, PP? Keep suffering from auto. Oh, what? You're telling me about this now? Really? This is something that they taught us way at the beginning, and now you're just bringing this up now? What? What? Okay, fuck off. Let's see. Any deliveries heading out my way? Nope. I want to send the bots out. I'll send the bots out on this one. Just one bot. You're gonna have to go. Alright, thanks for being here, Unlucky. I'm actually wondering whether or not I should keep going or if I should call it a stream here. I've technically worked a lot early today on my RPG stuff. And I'm a little bit tired, but I feel like I want to make more progress with this. Excuse me, prepping. I think we'll do the mama delivery. We'll do the mama delivery and then see how I feel after I'm done. And then I should call it a night or keep going.
Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey.
Mama! Mama! Here to make deliveries. Well, we're here to deliver you.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh god. That's fine. The annoying thing about picking up Mama is that she lives at the back here. Hard to reach. Oh well. At least someone was nice enough to build a... Oh wait, did they clear out the approach? Feels like they did. Feels like someone did clear out the approach. Oh yeah. Can bathe with Mama in the onsen? Yep. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Well, make sure we do that, chat. We'll bathe with Mama in the onsen. Mama! Mama! Your Uber is here. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Hey, Sam. Thanks for coming back. Got something for you. These are your new cufflinks. They still work as a terminal, but I've added a weapon function. I was able to redesign everything from the ground up after the last connection.
And they're weapons too now.
That's right. Cord cutters.
What?
I should explain. BTs are connected to the other side via umbilical cords, right?
Hmm.
When those cords bring the matter of our world into contact with the antimatter of theirs, boom, void out. But, just as Deadman theorized, your blood does have unique properties. It can be used to cut a BT's cord. So, I've added that function. Cut the cord of the BT, and it returns to the world of the dead. No BT, no void out. Win-win.
Hmm.
So a melee?
These things can cut them loose.
If you can get close enough without them noticing, yes.
A melee stealth takedown for BTs, I'm guessing?
Cord snipping, super handcuffs.
Right. Let's try them out. Cut the cord connecting us. She's sound asleep. I made sure she got plenty of milk. Just do it. Please, Sam. Set us free. This world was never hers, but all the same, I didn't want her to leave it. Even though she's already lost. Truth is, she's not really my daughter.
The attack and everything, that was all a lie?
No.
What?
That part was true. My ovaries can't produce eggs, and Lochna has trouble with her uterus. Long story short, neither of us can have children. I was alright with it. I mean, children, who needs them, I thought. But my sister thought differently. Lochna wanted a child, someone to carry her genes. She fell in love with another member of Bridges, but he died in an accident. She was devastated, of course, as was I. Back then, strong emotions like that, I could feel hers, and she could feel mine. When I sensed her desire to join him, to end it, I went to her and said, let's have a baby. We took one of Lochna's eggs and fertilized it with his frozen sperm. And I carried it to term. A healthy baby grew inside me. But then there was the attack. And our bond was severed. I wanted to tell her. But I was bound to the child. I couldn't just abandon her.
That's a very complicated
But I was wrong.
twin sibling relationship.
Lochna needs to know. You have to break some ties to forge others. Can't be tied to everything. If we're going to reconnect the world, I need to reconnect with my sister first. So please, Sam. Do it.
Hopefully it was painless.
Take me home to Lochner. Sam, would you sit me up?
Hmm?
I haven't been outside in a long time. It's just too much to take in all at once.
You sure? Thought you might be claustrophobic after your time in the rubble.
I'll be fine, so long as I can see out of the bag. The warmth of the light, the touch of the wind, the scent of the world. Lucky you. The two of you are still connected. Okay, Sam. Let's go.
Alright.
Let's get Mama to Lochner. Although along the way, we'll take the trip to that to the oh.
What?
Oh, don't tell me that. Are you fucking serious? No, wait.
I had a special surprise prepped and everything. But it looks
Don't you-
like your hands are full.
Don't you dare throw me into a fucking boss fight now.
We can always tweak the rules a bit.
Are you serious?
You ready, Sam? It's coming.
Are you fucking serious?
He looks hungry.
All my weapons are in the fucking building.
Get out alive does not get eaten. Sound like fun? Of course it does.
Run, Sam, run!
My weapons are in the building. Hang on. I need this. Hang on. Okay, well, we're going to. How much can I fit on my back? Well, Mama's there. I can take that. I'm leaving the bowler gun. We'll take that on the. We'll leave the bowler gun and the sticky gun. Okay. This is what we got. This is what we're working with. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh, there's multiple of them. Fuck. Fuck you. No. No! Ah! Yeah! Yeah! Ah! Okay. One at a time. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. No. Fuck. Yeah.
Damn it. We've lost Mama. End of the line, Sam.
Fuck. Yeah. Okay, let's think this through. Do I have enough weapons to deal with this? I don't know. That's a problem. Shit. I did not fucking. Deputy handgun. Carry on back. Handgun. Carry on back. Okay, let's try this again. I'm not equipped for a fucking boss fight! Let's try this. Oh! No! Oh, god damn it. Okay, I need to make sure I don't get stuck. Hang on. I need to make sure I don't get stuck on the door. Okay, so I need to anticipate the attack, because once the attack animation starts, I cannot cancel out of my shooting stance to fire back at them in time. I mean, to dodge in time. So let's try offload, sticky gun, tow rack. Hey, fuck off! Oh well, he tracks you! Okay, good to know. Nope, no. What? What have I just done? Ah, fucking. Okay, hang on. Hang on, hang on. Okay. Hang on, I have an idea. I have an idea. I didn't know I could put Mama down. Okay, hang on, hang on. Okay, Mama, you stay here where it's safe. I'm gonna deal with this. Oh, thank you for allowing me to offload Mama. Okay, this makes things a lot easier. Okay, the last time I was carrying someone on my back, the game didn't let me put them down, so yeah, I blame the game for tricking me! Ow. Nope. Oh god! Ah! Fuck. Yeah. Okay, nope. Oh god damn it! I thought that guy was going down. Fuck! Dealing with one of them is okay. 3 of them at the same time is it's fucking impossible. God damn it. But it's okay, it's fine. At least now I don't have to worry about Mama. Let's get fucking back at them. Okay, where'd you go? Where are you? Fuck you! Where are you? Okay, at least damage stays. Oh, fuck! Fuck you! Nope. Oh god damn it. Fuck you! No. Fuck you! I don't know if I'm doing enough damage to fucking kill them. But I don't have a choice. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh shit, laser. Ugh. No. No. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, there's a friend there trying to give me shit. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Take this! I'm running out of fucking ammo! Shit, that's out of ammo. What did I just drop? No. Okay, okay, okay. Take this! Fuck you! And you too! Oh, I missed. Oh. Oh, god damn it! Hey, get off me! Baby, now's not the time! Oh, god damn it! Get off me! Which gun do I use? Shit, I'm running out of ammo! Bola gun ain't gonna do shit, so... Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Fuck you! Fuck you! I appreciate the help. Where are you going? What? What? fucking don't. Fuck you! Shit. Too close. Oh, god damn it! My god! Shit, I'm out of grenades. What? Oh, shit! You can do that? Okay, stay down. He's gonna shoot the wall. One down. Who's next? I'm running out of blood. Shit! Shit! Give me that! And that! No! Fuck! Okay. I need blood bags, grenades, and hematic grenades, and okay. What was that about other players' souls? I didn't see. What was that? You guys will read it for me. Come on, get up! Get up! One more. Custom hematics, that's what I need. Hang on. Fuck
That was amazing, Sam. I don't know how you managed to pull that off. If only we all had your talents.
Fucking boss fight! Shut up! Shut up, fucking bitch! I'm busy. Oh my god. Bitch, shut the fuck up! Can this Can this truck even still drive? Give me a minute. I need to pee after that. God fucking damn it. Let me fucking fucking game, I swear, to a fucking boss fight after with no warning. God fucking damn it. We are back. God. You don't have to cheese them by staying inside building. Yeah, I don't like cheese strats. I prefer fighting boss or any enemies like fair and square. The only thing I would do is like I would do stuff like if carrying Mama is a burden that doesn't help me in a fight, then I'll just put Mama down and I will go out and fight while Mama is waiting there. Really shoot at the mask. One of the emails also said so. If 3 of them at you, cheese was warranted for a few of them at least. No. Fine. I killed them anyway. The only strat I used to, you know, gain an advantage over them was to put Mama down. And how much damage did I take from all that? So it was here to fight. Yeah. I'm here to collect all my rewards. All this shit. Give me that. I deserve this after that hell that you fucking put me through. Hang on. Thank you, Hololive. Music. I'm busy. Hang on a second. Contact as if... No! Okay. I'm busy! Bitch! Well, now we know why someone left your bike here. Because of a fucking boss fight. Over is here game? Yeah, well. Wow, there's a lot of Kyrillian. You stay right there, bitch. I'm busy. I'm gonna be breaking down some of the stuff. Oh, this needs to be broken down. Yeah. That's what we're taking. The custom hematic grenades, that's good. Okay. Alright. Yeah, save game. Save. Save after that fucking insanity. I saved, right? Yeah. Bloody hell. All of this. Thank you. I'm scrapping these. Don't need those.
Delivering cargo.
Oh god.
Get the fuck out of here, bitch! I'm exhausted and tired. I don't want to see your fucking face right now. Oops.
Uh,
Give me that.
uh, give me that. Blood bags, put in utility pouch.
Putting grenade pouch. It should be good.
I think.
Thank
I
you
at least
for
have
your
some
contribution.
basic shit again.
Yeah.
Put the customs into the truck.
These are empty.
I want to test something with these.
Hang on. Right, so
I've already used up the. I've already used up the additional ammo for that.
that's fine. Okay, bitch.
Time to get you where you need to go, motherfucker. Ugh.
Into the truck you go.
What? Oh, okay.
So I can't.
Offload Mama into the truck. I have to get into the truck with her.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm sure my truck is okay, right? That's fine.
She'll be fine.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Where the hell's the road?
Like collect everything.
Yep. Let's get the fuck out of here. Yay, no rain.
That we can generate now.
Oh.
We're going to stop by the. We're gonna do several things. We're gonna stop by the hot springs. We're going to check out the. Data shards. We have two, right? One is near the incinerator.
And
in the crater. We have to check out the crater. In the crater where Renault Nazi. There?
somewhere. We have to. Yeah, it's somewhere there. We have to.
Where the hell is the... Would the data shard be? I have no clue. We have to check it out anyway.
Let's go.
Oh, I just realized.
Something.
Okay.
Hot Springs is not raining. We can go there.
Sam?
Yes?
The hospital I was staying at was crushed by a bridge. Still have nightmares about it. Still hear the crack before it all came tumbling down. I've been scared to death of bridges ever since. And yeah. I know how that must sound considering our employer. I'm scared of the dark, too. Don't sleep anymore. Can't.
You actually don't sleep? Really?
Beginning scan.
Then how are you not dead?
Verifying ID.
I'm pretty sure you die if you don't sleep.
Keep on keeping up.
Fuck off. Suddenly, hey! I thought she wanted me to respond to her.
So I pressed the 5 button
It's just a call off button.
and
Apparently, she did not want me to respond to her.
oops.
What the fuck was?
What was that?
I don't know what that sound was.
Okay,
Kylon, I have a question.
Keep on keeping up.
After I deliver Mama, is it a good place to stop? Story-wise?
you know?
I'm trying to plan if I should keep going or no. Or if there's another story mission or
Yeah,
all that nonsense. We can stop after that.
okay.
Well,
Mama!
time for hot springs.
Uh,
I'll put back up to free roam for a while.
okay.
Need to create sign.
Put my sign down here.
Um,
Here we go.
Yeah, feels nice.
Got it.
Time to bathe and relax.
good.
Mama! Oh my. Oh. Oh. Hehehe.
Ba-ban, ba-ban, ban, ban.
Aviva no no.
Ban, 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 ban.
Aviva viva viva.
Ban, 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 ban.
Aviva no no.
Ba-ban, ban, 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 ban.
Aviva no no.
EU Dana.
Ahan.
EU Dana.
Ahan.
That's the stuff. Oh, hell yeah.
Feels like the song is supposed to go on for longer, but that's all they recorded.
Back basically reverse there.
hot spring bathing if it were in a Japanese game. They wouldn't have. Oh. Yeah.
Gotta have hot springs. Always gotta have the hot springs episode.
It is. There's a course and everything.
Thought so.
Now this is living.
Enjoy the bar, baby.
You're a sexy mama with us
That's the
today.
stuff. Oh, hell yeah. Soak it in, Sam. Soak it in.
Don't mind the spiking truck. Hang on a second. I need to check something. Hey. Oh, come on. I can't enter photo mode, really?
Come on.
You bitch! Let me enter photo mode! God damn it. I need
You take pictures.
Let me take fucking pictures! God fucking damn it!
Now this is living.
Yeah! After all that nonsense, at the very least, they could let me take fucking pictures. Yeah. Assholes!
That was pretty good. Wasn't it, Sam?
Oh, hang on.
I want to pick that up.
Hi.
Let's go.
No, honey.
Oh, fine. There's no honey here. Don't worry about it. Fine, fine.
Fine,
It's just the game being
ass and not letting us enjoy our bath properly.
should be allowed to take pictures. God damn it. Huh. BTs?
Oh, fuck you too.
I'm ignoring you.
Just gonna drive past. Yeah, I think we'll call it a stream.
After we deliver Mama and get back to the distro center. Okay, so now where the hell is the data shard? It's around here somewhere, right?
Data shard. Where are you?
Where would it be? Would it be there? Doesn't the truck explode once it reaches your... I'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
I'm sure I'll be fine.
Where would the data shard be? Is that what the bridge is there for?
Is that where the data shard is?
Or is it in here?
Did I pick that one up already?
Kylon, you can tell me, is that the data shard I'm thinking of or no? If that is the data shard, I'm not going to get it right now. I'm going to go back for it later. There's one inside the crater. So that I have to cross that, huh? Okay, I'll do that off stream. I'll do that bit of exploration off stream. I know for a fact that there's gonna be one here.
So, look at the one over here first.
A smaller crater. Oh, you mean this one?
With the ruined shelter?
I can't remember if I've gotten this one already or not. That's the problem. But oh well, I'll check it out.
Oh, off stream.
Alright, there's that data shard.
We'll go and collect that real quick.
Let's go for a walk, Mama.
We're gonna collect all of those Kyrilem as well. Down here.
Thank you.
We can't ignore all this Kyrilem here.
It's a lot of good shit.
Hey, you okay?
Get over the damn fucking pipe! God damn it! I said get out of the fucking way! Fucking sad. Okay, why does Mama sound like she's moaning?
Does anyone else hear that? Mama, why are you moaning? Are you enjoying the ride, Mama? It sounds like you are.
Okay,
Let's get out of here.
somehow this guy managed to throw the rope from the top all the way down here.
That's actually really handy.
Yeah, I can't throw the rope that far.
But he managed somehow.
Oh, hang on, before I go, let me thank this guy. I don't know how the hell he set up that rope, but
You
This one's
deserve
for
it.
you.
Or
Thanks for the help.
the rope.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
I,
Let's get Mama to a destination. Alright.
let's continue on a road trip.
Did the bot leave me?
Yeah, the bot left me. Where's the bot?
There you are. Follow me, bot.
Alright, let's go.
Oops.
Both Mama and the car artist girl moan.
Really?
I didn't hear the car artist moan, though.
I'm noticing Mama, but I didn't notice the car artist girl.
It's unfortunate. Oh well.
It's a chance for some hot Japanese girl, man.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, bitch. I know you're there. I don't care. I'm busy.
Safe travels.
Yes, motherfuckers? Can I help you?
I'm leaving.
Fuck off. I'm getting really sleepy. My eyes can't focus.
Man, my eyes are... I can't really focus on the road.
I'm falling asleep. What the heck is that? Bloody hideous car. Yeah. Okay, we need to switch our vehicle here. Oh. We need to take...
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
We need to take...
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All non-decontaminating suit. All clear.
Actually, wait, no.
Welcome.
No. We're not gonna switch vehicle here. We're gonna keep going. I'll keep going. We'll park our vehicle at the safe house up ahead.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Repair? I'll be fine. It's fine, don't worry about it. That's plenty of durability. I've seen 9%, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I believe in Chuck-kun. Chuck-kun won't fail us. Trust in Chuck-kun. Here. I'm sure I'll be fine. They can't catch me. See, Chad, we're here. We didn't have to repair. Fuck you, assholes. We didn't have to repair. We're fine. Because of that, we saved some minutes. Let us... unload this. Oh, flooded, yep. And we'll start our truck here. Please take care of my truck-kun. Truck gonna be fine, don't worry. Amazon will be part of my flagrant disregard of personal safety. They'd probably be like, you motherfucker. If you get sued, we're not going to fucking take care of you. Probably what they're gonna say, to be honest. Patience, fucking patience. I'm just loading up this truck. Clingy bitch. What a troublesome woman. Mendokusai on that. Okay. Hideous Joker truck, go.
Who the hell is Doctor? I need to spot him.
They go where he is. Once I've spotted him,
I can start working on him. Oh, he's right over there, huh? Nearby. I might meet up with him off stream.
well, we'll see.
For now, we'll just get to where we need to go. Really? You start playing music now?
Sam,
Hmm? Yes?
do you remember your own birth?
What kind of
Me,
question is that?
I remember being inside the womb. I wasn't alone. I could hear my mother's heartbeat. Hers and Lochna's. We were conjoined twins. One and the same before we were born. But then they tried to separate us with surgery. The operation was successful. We were still one. We knew each other's thoughts without saying a word. My joy was her joy. Her pain was my pain.
Interesting.
And no distance was too great for us to overcome. Some might call it a kind of telepathy. Divided in body, joined in spirit. We had a beach just for us. One we shared. Our own private chiral network, you might say. With Cupids, we can build one that will let everyone share what Lochna and I have. I saw it all laid out before me after I signed up for Bridges. A network that could unite everyone, no matter how scattered or different, and make us whole. It wouldn't be about bringing people into line. It would be about bringing them into the fold, where they would share and share alike. I knew it could change the world. With Amelie's help, we finalized the Cupid design. But after the attack and the birth, everything changed. For the first time in my life, Lochna wasn't there. But I'm not alone anymore. I can feel her again. She's close. Thank you, Sam. I feel whole again.
I ain't doing shit.
Me and you. I'm sorry, Lochna.
I just realized that I'm not gonna be able to bring most of my stuff with me because the bot's gonna go home. So I'm gonna do. I'm going to take the sticky gun on the tool rack and the bowler gun on my back. Everything else? Is going on to a bot. The bot will take them back to safe house. Over here, motherfucker! Come here! fucking here, bitch. Get closer! Come on! Yeah. All this goes on you. Did I miss anything? Yep. Come on. Closer! Closer, goddammit!
Hold on.
Yeah, okay. You're probably gonna go back to the distro center, but that's fine.
I'll continue on from here.
Oh god! Fuck! Yeah. Get onto the fucking ladder, thank you.
More chemicals.
We can't take these with us, not right now.
That's fine. We need to get out of this rain. Come on. Get out.
But it's pouring out here.
Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Almost there.
Time for snow. Ah, here's the explanation of time for snow. Ever rain just water in this setting anymore, it's always crazy time rain. It's always crazy time rain. All the clouds are just crazy time rain.
There's no more.
But there's no more normal rain anymore. And it seems like the planet is shrouded in permanent cloud cover. People rarely see the sun anymore.
Sorry, I'll try to...
Oops. Shit. I didn't bring my climbing gear.
It's fine. We'll go around.
Yep, this is good enough. Potable water must be hard to get. Calcium currently when it interacts with water. Snow once precipitation hits something, it becomes clean. Yeah, once the rain the water hits the ground or anything really, the chiralium accelerates time of whatever it hits, and then it just becomes normal rainwater. So people can still drink normal rainwater after it's hit something and it's deposited as chiralium. Roboticist?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
Yeah, I'll get those later.
Until departure. All clear. Welcome.
We're here.
Decontaminating suit. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
That's fine.
I'll ask for one more.
Hey, you okay? Name's Sam.
IP Deliveries.
I have one twin sister here for Wincesting. You really need to be wheeled in on a gurney. You can walk.
Lingan, no.
Oh?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I love you so much. I love you so much. It's good to hear your voice again. I shouldn't have kept you in the dark. Tried to save her. I couldn't. You don't have to say anymore. Look, man. You need to fix his Cupid. I couldn't save our child, but you can save our world. Only you. I love you. You hear me? Forever. And always. Now, make the world whole. Okay? Just like you make me.
Huh? What? What the fuck?
Wait, what?
Die for what? She was uninjured.
What the fuck?
Huh? Wait, what? Wait, is she dead or is she just sleeping?
What?
What?
What just happened?
all that she went through. I had no idea. I thought she'd severed our bond on purpose, that she stole our child and ran. I fixed your Cupid like she asked. The limiter should be functioning properly now. There is one thing. Before I sat down to work, I took a long, hard look at the code. I'm pretty sure someone's tweaked it. Either that, or my memory's going to pieces.
Someone rewrote your code?
Rewrote might be overstating it. Let's just say it wasn't the latest version I released. And yet, because of it, I was finally reunited with Malingan. Could be we found our culprit already.
Hmm?
She died beneath the rubble, with our child still inside her.
Wait, what?
Her Ka passed over to the other side, but her Ha remained, bound to our dead daughter. She knew all of this, of course. That's why she kept one cuff loose. Didn't want anyone seeing her vitals.
Huh?
She
Wait,
knew she
what?
couldn't use her favorite invention.
Wait, what?
All this time she was dead?
She did all that to keep me and our daughter safe.
What?
Wait, what? So that's what she meant by she doesn't sleep anymore? She's actually dead? Huh? Wait, how does... But... Wait, what? She was dead this whole time? What? The people found her would be able to tell that she's dead, right? I mean, they would have taken her vitals and everything, and... What? So the baby was keeping her here the entire time?
Huh. Kinda hard to tell a woman who is talking to you that she's dead.
He never lets people take her vitals. She was called to the touch. Sam who touched her or something. I never really... I don't remember. Cause... Sam refuses to let anyone touch him. She did take a blood sample from him, didn't she? I don't remember Sam's reaction to it.
I just kinda...
Interesting.
I have to go back and watch... the cutscene again.
Stabilizer? Ooh, that's new. What? Catapult? The fuck is a catapult?
Can you?
Sis?
What?
I can hear you. We're whole again. We're one. Like before in the womb, remember? Lingen. Hakna.
Oh god.
Well done, Sam. Thanks to you, Edgenut City is finally within reach. And you, Lochna, your work will help ensure that the chiral network remains online. Together, we might just make it all the way west. Now then, Sam, there's something else you ought to know. We've been studying the data from when you claim you encountered those soldiers. We had audio, which doesn't paint a complete picture on its own, but the languages, the names, and terms we picked out, the munitions we could identify, everything seems to indicate that you were on a battlefield over 100 years ago.
World War One battlefield?
World War I,
Yeah.
to be precise. It wasn't a dream. Wasn't a hallucination. Maybe you were spirited away to another dimension or something. And given the time discrepancies, maybe you were sent to a beach. Can't say anything for certain. That said, I've never heard of a beach turned into a battlefield. But beaches are shaped by the will of the people who inhabit them. Perhaps Hartman can offer a more rational explanation. Beaches are his specialty. Unfortunately, he's still outside the chiral network. Anyway, get some rest. No use dwelling on questions we can't answer yet.
That was
A whole lot of twists. God. Yeah, I didn't expect Mama to actually be dead.
do we need to burn Mama's body now? There might be
Blood collection complete.
a story quest to burn Mama's body. Either or corpse disposal will take care of it for us. We'll find out about it later. You know, in between all the in between now and the next stream though, or the next time I play this, yeah, I have a lot of shit I need to do. Lots of grinding. Fucking dogs. Eesh. Okay. Let me save here and we'll continue on this next time. So these other people will take care of them for you. They'll give you dislikes after the... Yeah, I read about that. What you can do with corpses. Although in the end, it's still generally better for you to handle corpse disposal on your own. And technically, we already have all of the corpse disposal stuff set up for here that we need. I mean, this region. We have the roads that lead right up to the
Incinerated, so it's very easy to get there. Adventure.
They give you line vibes more than dogs. Maybe.
No, they were just
shadow monsters to me.
not really too bothered with figuring out whether they're lions or dogs or whatever.
Just fucking monsters that I had to shoot. But yeah, we're done, chat. Thank you so much for being here, whether you're lurking or chatting. I love you all. Hope everyone enjoyed today's stream. Hope to see you guys again next time, alright? Remember to hit that like or subscribe button down below. I'm tired. Let me do my other streams too. Thank you so much to my amazing extra mile supporters. Thank you to, let me see here. Thank you to Lucky, Club, Res.gov, Oxy, and Maka for always giving me all of your amazing big cheap energy. Thank you guys. Thank you. And next up, thank you to Lea, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky Shoe, DJ, Daily Jerker, and God Reactor for. I need to add a new name to that list. After Cass made a lot of donos and tips on Translate. I need to add Cass's name. I'll add it later. Thank you so much for supporting me on Fansly and Patreon. Thank you. Sleepy, but yeah, I'm sleepy. I need to. Although I think I'm gonna eat something light. I'm gonna get something light for supper first before going to bed. Maybe cup noodle. Maybe leftover noodles. So I'll see what I have. Good night, everyone. Remember to subscribe and look forward to more tabletop RPGs happening this Saturday. I'm looking forward to it. Hope you guys look forward to it too. I'm so addicted to playing tabletop RPGs. I feel I want to keep playing, but I have to wait. I have to wait until this weekend. It's gonna be so fun. I made several tweaks. Yeah. Yeah. Can't wait for my party to encounter them. Yeah, sleepy.